Cutie. You can't see us. Can't hear us.
Hi.
Hi, Papa. How are you, mijo?
Good.
Can you say hello to everybody?
Hello.
All right.
Oh, there's Steve and Gabriel. Hi,
Oh, they're
guys.
gonna start the meeting.
Hey, I
Okay,
didn't want to
President
interrupt
Hoffman.
the AB conversation and have someone tell me to see myself out of
Hey,
it.
this is family.
No, I know. I just had to use that one. I haven't used that one in a
No,
long time.
I'm including you guys as family.
No, I know. I'm just good to see you. You look very well.
Thank you. Good to see you too, Steve.
Okay, President.
How are you?
You're ready.
Still learn how to unmute. It's only been 10 months.
Ay, Dios mío.
I haven't figured out how to put my standard picture.
84 people.
I believe we're going to call the meeting to order. Right on time.
Hoffman, Crystal will give you the red light. She's letting everybody come in. We usually wait till you guys are situated, ready to go. So
We're ready now.
she's letting people come in, and as soon as they all get on, then we'll keep going. They're logging in right now. 87
Okay.
right now.
We're ready now.
Are we ready now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. The meeting will come to order, and may I please have roll call?
Trustee Buelna,
Here.
Trustee Fong,
Here.
Trustee Hoffman,
Here.
Trustee Moreno,
91 people.
Here.
Trustee Spanken,
Here.
Trustee Vela,
Here.
He's
You vet it?
texting. He's having some trouble getting in, and I can't respond. Can somebody please text him the information?
He just said here.
yeah.
Oh,
He's
I'm sorry.
just got on. Thank you. Trustee Vettis,
Here.
Student Trustee Geronimo's advisory vote.
I'm here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are now going to do the flag salute. We have Torino Andrew Vallos, who is going to lead us in the flag salute today. Torino is President Monte Perez's grandson. He's 13 years old and attends Lincoln Middle School in Santa Monica. He's in the 7th grade. His hobbies are swimming, playing tag, and fast cars, as exemplified by Disney's Lightning McQueen. Torino, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And I believe we're going to show a picture of the flag if we have it.
Ready, begin.
Oh, that's.
Pledge allegiance.
To the flag.
Flag.
United States of America.
And to the republic
The Republic stands one nation
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, for all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Do you want to say a few more words? You're welcome to say a few words if you'd like.
He ran.
I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing your grandson with us.
Thank you, guys.
And Sandra is our daughter. And we're so happy and honored that Torino could do the flag salute today.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you,
were lucky
guys.
to have him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Bye.
Well, that's a great way to start our meeting today. I am going to read something about our ethical values and code of ethical conduct before we begin. So members of the LACCD Board of Trustees, I'd like to remind us that this is our only regular business meeting for the month of October. And we as trustees have agreed to adhere to the LACCD Statement of Ethical Values and the Code of Ethical Conduct. Specifically, we've agreed to treat each other with respect, including acting with civility and courtesy, even if there are legitimate differences. I expect us all to adhere to the code of conduct and exemplify the best example of decorum as we conduct this meeting this afternoon. The Board of Trustees is mandated by the Brown Act to adopt rules for the conduct of its business, according to Government Code Section 54954. And to provide agendas for regular meetings with an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body on any item of interest to the public, including agenda items before or during the board's consideration of an item within its subject matter of jurisdiction. I've determined in preparing the agenda in consultation with the Chancellor, certain procedures to facilitate the efficient and transparent conduct of the district's business, including but not limited to completing the meeting at a reasonable hour. And we have many, many issues and public speakers to get through today, so I recognize that. We've all received the board agenda and supporting documentation in a timely manner. And at this time, I'd like to ask you, Chancellor Rodriguez, if you've received any requests from any trustee for additional information to be provided on any of the agenda items.
No, Madam President.
Great. Hearing such, I expect that each of us as trustees have carefully reviewed the agenda and are prepared to address the business before us in an efficient and professional manner. I would respectfully remind my colleagues that all questions be directed to me as the board president and not directed to others who may be viewing or other staff. Further, I'd ask that trustees be conscientious of the use of their time during this public meeting and refrain from monopolizing dialogue. I will use my authority as your board president to move the agenda. Government Code Section 54954 provides that we may adopt reasonable regulations to ensure the intent of the Brown Act is being met. As you know, the primary intent of the Brown Act is that the people's business be conducted openly and transparently, after providing an opportunity to the largest number of members of the public to directly address the board before we take action on any item. By regularly exceeding the time allotted and notice for our board meetings, we are failing to meet the primary intent of the Brown Act. Therefore, I'm going to go back to something we implemented last year, and I'm going to allow each board member up to 10 minutes for comments or questions during this public session so that we can adhere to the intent of the Brown Act. And I want to thank you, colleagues, for your review of the agenda before today. So thank you. I have some announcements to make, and this part of the meeting is going to be a little somber, and we're going to take a moment of silence after I make these announcements. Today, we're going to adjourn in the memory of David Jordan. Mr. Jordan was a law professor at Los Angeles Mission College from 1997 until 2017, and a pioneer of distance education. Professor Jordan passed away on August 25th. He will be remembered as a kind and gentle soul and someone that has always had a smile on his face. I'm told that he frequently signed his emails, DJ with a smile. Our deepest condolences go out to his friends, his family, and to his colleagues at Mission College. We're also going to adjourn today in the memory of Dr. Alma Salazar. Dr. Salazar was an incredible advocate for higher education. Last August, Governor Newsom appointed her to the California Community College Board of Governors. Dr. Salazar was Executive Vice President of Unite LA, whose mission was to ensure the continuous improvement of effective and aligned cradle-to-career public education and workforce development systems in Los Angeles. She earned a Doctor of Education degree in Educational Leadership and a Master's of Public Policy from Cal State University, Long Beach. Every year, she produced the Cash for College event that over the years transformed thousands of lives by providing students with the information on college access and financial aid. She will be truly missed by this district and friends. Our deepest condolences go out to her family and her colleagues at the Unite LA organization. And finally, we're also going to adjourn today in memory of United States Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who passed away on Friday, September 18th at the age of 87. She was the second woman to serve on the Supreme Court. Nominated to the court by President Bill Clinton in 1993, she had already established a record and reputation as a champion for gender equality and a women's rights advocate during her tenure as an academic and appeals court judge. During her 27 years on the Supreme Court, her role as senior liberal justice became increasingly important as the balance of opinion shifted in court and her notorious dissents on conservative majority decisions, particularly on women's rights, made her a celebrated figure nationally. Our country has lost a true feminist icon, but her opinions and legal accomplishments have had a marked and lasting impact on our daily lives. At this moment, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for these remarkable individuals. Thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Hoffman. I have another one.
I have one other one too, and so let me just finish.
I raised my hand. I just wanted to be recognized. Thank you.
Okay, I'll recognize you after I make this next statement. I also want to acknowledge that we have a very grave situation going on currently. The year 2020 has been filled with enormous challenges. Most recently, the attack by Azerbaijan forces on the Armenian Republic of Nagorno-Karabakh, Artsakh, in creating stress for many members of our LACCD community, and I work at Glendale Community College, so that's created many problems and stress for our students and our staff and our faculty there as well. It's important that we're aware and sensitive to the impact of the violence along the border of Armenia and Azerbaijan, and the impact that it's having on our friends, our family, our students, our colleagues, especially those who have family in the affected region. And I know that in our district, we do have faculty, staff, administrators, and students that do have family in that region. The violence is a reminder of the genocides and ethnic cleansings that have occurred, and we must be vigilant to stop this. Conflicts of this nature are rooted in tragic history, which underscores the importance of education and a commitment from all of us to gain critical thinking and advocacy skills. While we may be physically distant at this time, I want to assure everyone that we care about you, we support you, and that there are resources available if you need some mental health counseling or support at this time. I also want to acknowledge that I was able, prior to this attack, to participate in the celebration that LA City College had for Armenian Independence Day. And I want to thank the faculty and staff for inviting me to speak on that day. Trustee Svanken, did you have a comment?
I had an adjourning motion. There was someone that I've known most of my entire life, a gentleman by the name of Gary Hartstein, who passed away the other day at 55. Mr. Hartstein was a member of our community. He was an educator. He lived in a number of places, but he lived in the San Fernando Valley. He was an alum of Cal State University Northridge, and he worked with K-12s that had students come to our colleges. I would just want to ask that we adjourn in memory of probably one of my longest friends, and in my life. I knew Gary from the time I was 15, and I watched him dedicate his life to education and helping young people. And I just want to ask that we adjourn in memory of Gary Hartstein. And I want to echo your sentiments about the tragic attacks that are going on. I want to ask that we agendize for the next meeting a resolution calling on the White House and Congress and all the United Nations and all countries around the world to work towards making sure that there's an immediate peace in that region, and that we stand in solidarity with our Armenian brothers and sisters in Los Angeles and around the world. The Armenian community means a great deal to our district and to the community. And as you said, there's horrible things that have gone on related to the continuation of the atrocities against our Armenian brothers and sisters. And so I want to join you in that. And I want to ask us, hopefully it won't be necessary at our next meeting, but should the conflict not have been resolved, I want to author with other members, yourself and others, a resolution of support of the Armenian community.
Thank you. Before we move to the approval of order of business for today's meeting, Mr. Chancellor, are there any changes to the agenda? I think you're on mute. Unmute
Yes,
yourself.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Yes, there are. There are two items. I'd like to request that we remove business item Z10, pull item, business item Z10 from today's agenda. And then secondly, I'd like to request that we move up item I1, and that's the approval of the resolution in support of the LGBTQIA plus Bill of Rights, and any public comment that we have for that item, and if we could do that immediately following item EI. So those are the two items, pull Z10 and move up item 1A, please, or IA. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chancellor. Do I have a motion to approve the
What
agenda
is
and order of
Z10?
business with those changes?
What is Z10?
Z10 is the Green Dream International. Chancellor, do you want to, or do you have your agenda in front of you, Trustee Bona?
Yeah,
No, the agenda, I have vision issues, so it's a little difficult.
It's a $13,000 cost, and we're not ready to advance that item just yet. We need to do a little bit more due diligence, and we expect that to return.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I also think the public should know kind of what the issue is. So thank you for that. I agree.
Ms. Hoffman, I'll move the approval of the agenda as altered in the comments that were made.
Great, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Lupe, roll call.
Trustee Geronimo's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Svanken.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you. So we did start out today on a somber note, and we recognize this is a very challenging time for all of us and our country. But at this moment, we have something exciting to celebrate. We have a ceremonial signing, and I am going to turn it over to you, Chancellor Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you so much. It is indeed something we are very, very proud of. We'd like the board to partake in our public, to partake in a ceremonial signing ceremony. You can see it there. And what this does, it captures the excellent work by our faculty colleagues and our district administration in reaching a tentative agreement for the next 3 years as it relates to our bargaining agreement, our successor agreement with AFT 1521A. So we're very, very proud of this. And I would invite you and as well as the president of the AFT Faculty Guild, Joanne Waddell, to make any comments. And again, my thanks to all the signers of this particular document for their excellent work, their guidance, their diligence that has now reached this point of having a tentative agreement for the next 3 years, something we can be very proud of.
Great. Well, I'm excited to be here today to do this as board president. And do we have President Waddell here to make a few comments as well? President Waddell, are you with us? It's hard for me to see.
I am muted. Now, there we go.
Go ahead.
Madam Board President, Trustees, Chancellor, thank you so much for fitting this ceremony into the agenda today. I genuinely want to thank our partners in the district who moved with us every step of the way to create the document that is our 15th collective bargaining agreement between the district and the Los Angeles College Faculty Guild. A very special shout out, if I might, to Gigi Shamizalu for her support in our endeavors. Thank you very much, Gigi. You know, collective bargaining is what the Guild does. It is what distinguishes us from other constituent groups. And in this round of negotiations, the teams took on the increasingly important goal of meeting the moment as increasing numbers of crises threatened to end our processes. We did not let that happen. We embraced the opportunity for change and forged ahead. I want to thank the faculty who spent hours, just hours, hashing out policy in caucus and at the table. And I especially want to thank faculty who took time to be part of the campaign action team and attended board meetings and negotiation sessions in our first, and I would say very positive experience with open negotiations. This round of negotiations was a testament to what the district can do for students, for employees, for communities. What While putting in immeasurable hours preparing for classes in an online environment, we were all able to plan for the future. I want to share this time, if I might, with the Guild's chief negotiators, Executive Vice President Bill Ellerson-Selig and Recording Secretary Mindy Chin. So I hope they are promoted to panelists so they can have a quick word.
I am here.
Oh, good.
Great.
Bill.
Look at the Chancellor sweat. They gave me the mic. Okay. I just want to say that this was my first time as a chief negotiator, and I had the blessing of being able to have a co-chief negotiator of Mindy Chin. I think our skill sets complemented each other very well, and it was an honor to be able to represent the faculty in the negotiations. And it was clearly from the very beginning a team effort. I mean, we had support from the board president for an open negotiation, which was new. And it took some of the smoke and shadows away from how it's done. And it was, people got to see that in general, it's like watching paint dry. It's a lot of back and forth and caucusing. But it was an honor to be able to do that. And I had the honor of working with an amazing team, which I would just like to mention just briefly on our team. You've been introduced to our president, Joanne Waddell, who was part of the team, myself, Mindy Chin, the co-chief negotiator, Sharon Hendricks, who happens to be the Guild's treasurer as well. And I gotta scroll through here. Brian Walsh from LA Pierce College. Sharon Hendricks was also from City College. Ruby Christian Brome from Valley College. Vilma Bernal from Mission College. Michelle Benjamin from ELAC. Joseph Guerreri from Trade Tech. Jeff Bond from Southwest College. Tim Russell from West LA College. Carmen Carrillo from Los Angeles Harbor College, Clay Gittiman, I hope I said that right, from Pierce College. He repped, very strongly repped our non-classroom folks. Ken after all this time, I couldn't say it right. Ken Tyra from West Los Angeles College, representing our adjuncts, as well as Pecola, right? Sequoia. It's Sequoia with a P. Pecola Robinson from Southwest College. I apologize. And Daryl Eckersley, and we all know who Daryl is, our chief grievance officer. And then Lou Siegel from Trade Tech College. And together it was an amazing team that worked all year and kept going, and we kept it going to the end. I also would like to throw a little shout out to the management team and Albert Ramon. It was actually quite nice to work with a good teams on both sides. Albert was good. We made progress. We thought we had kind of hit a brick wall with COVID, and we went from each campus and people being come to visit, and switched pretty much without a beat. It really was pretty quickly. With his help, we were able to move to remote. Had some advantages. Disadvantage, we didn't get to have lunch, but at least we continued it on, and I think we managed to come to an agreement on a really good successor agreement to our contract, and especially during such trying times. And I want to thank everybody that was part of it, and it was an honor to be able to represent you. And if Mindy's here, and
I am here, so I'll just keep it short and sweet because I think a lot have been said already, but I just wanted to again thank everybody for working together. So thank you for the bargaining team members who worked tirelessly to analyze all the surveys beforehand up a year ago to understand faculty priorities, and again meticulously crafted proposal language. And thank you for bargaining team members, and thank you for actually our members and faculty who participated and observed bargaining over the last several months, even as the world shifted under us. So thank you for being with us, and I would appreciate all the support you bring. And then finally, I'll also thank you for the management team, the board of trustees and students, as we all kind of row in the same direction and prioritize student learning conditions in these trying times. And again, I think much has been said about how the world shifted under us, but we're able to make it through and prioritize again, thinking of best for our students, for our colleges. So thank you everybody for working together on this.
Thank you so much. This is exciting. If we were in person, we would be all together up on the dais, signing and having a photo op and maybe eating cake. So I want to redo when we are able to get back together again. I also want to thank Dr. Roman. This was one of the last things we asked him to please do before he went over to be the interim college president at East LA College. And Dr. Roman, if you would like to introduce your team, you guys worked very hard, and I want to thank every single administrator who was on the district team. I heard rumors that some of those meetings went, way past 1 and 2 in the morning. So I really want to thank everybody for your efforts and your dedication and your commitment. So Dr. Roman, do you want to say a few words? I think you were promoted to panelist here.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam President, for this opportunity. I will keep it short, but I echo the sentiments and comments made by our faculty colleagues. This is my third negotiation session for a successor agreement. It's always been an honor and pleasure to work with our faculty. We have a very collaborative way of doing business, and I actually think we had really good outcomes in this round of negotiations, both for our faculty as well as the district, but more importantly, in the best interest of our students. So I want to thank both teams for all of your work. It was a lot of hours, and we did have a few marathons on weekends to try to get this done. And with that, let me thank my team specifically. They were with me throughout the way, and I could not have done this without every single one of them, their expertise, their skill set, their knowledge on a lot of the academic matters was invaluable to me. So I want to thank President Monte Perez, President Otto Lee, Vice President Nicole Alba Lopez, Vice President Araceli Aguiar, Vice President Karen Dar, Vice President Luis Dorado, Vice President Eric Peters, Vice President Regina Smith, Vice President Rolf Schleicher, Vice President Maisha Armstrong, Vice President Dan Hall, our CFO, of course, was with us as well, Jeanette Gordon, and our current acting Vice Chancellor of HR, Dr. Mercedes Gutierrez. Thank you again, great outcome. We're pleased to have a successor agreement, and again, a very collaborative way of negotiating this contract, and we're very pleased with some of the outcomes that will be implemented in the weeks to come. So thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity.
Thank you. And again, thank you to both sides, both teams. This is really, really wonderful. And why is this so great, and why do we celebrate? Because we value the faculty that we work with day in and day out. And our students are so grateful to have such dedicated, amazing faculty members who were nimble and resilient and responded quickly when we were faced with a COVID-19 emergency. So thank you, everyone. And we will celebrate in person when safe to do so. Okay, now we have another celebration. We are moving up our item on our LGBTQIA Bill of Rights.
Move approval.
Are we voting on that now? Great. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Vela.
Ms. Hoffman, if I
yes.
may, I'd like to add my name. One of the things that I saw that was done, which isn't our tradition, but usually people can add their names before a vote. I'd like to add my name to the as a co-author of this.
I'll ask the sponsor. This was something that Trustee Vela worked on with his advisory committee. Trustee Vela, will you entertain that motion?
It's not a motion. It's just a request.
Entertain that request.
Usually all board members that want to sign on can do it. It's a tradition just like, the item I have for the.
You know
for
what?
the-
I'd like
Ms.
Trustee
Hoffman?
Bella to speak on this.
Well,
Trustee
it's just a routine, it's just a tradition of our board. It's not a big ask. It's, something everybody should add their name to support it, that votes for it.
President Hoffman, quick.
Yes.
Look, I'd love to sign on too, but I'd actually really love to hear from Trustee Bella, since this is an product of the committee that he worked with and sat on. So I think it's fine, and it's within our custom to add folks on. I'm sure every member of this board would love to be a signer on, but I think what is significant and important is to talk about how we got here and the process and all the work that was put into that committee. So
yeah, and actually I'm going to interrupt. I know we have a motion in a second, but Trustees Funk, can you kind of jump the gun with the motion in the second? Because what I'd like to do is entertain public comment before we vote on the item, as we normally do with items that are before us. So can we table the motion in the second and the?
Well, you don't have to take the vote, Ms. Hoffman.
Okay.
You can just you have a motion in a second, so you can have public discussion, then you can have board discussion, then you can have the vote.
Great. Then let's do that. Let's go to public comment, and then we will continue the conversation. So Lupe, do we have a list of folks that were signed up to speak on this item?
Yes, we do. I'll call them out as they were given to me. So the first one that I have is Dr. Rain Kahala. Great, thank you. Unmute yourself, please. Thank you. Perfect.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak for a few minutes. I want to thank the Chancellor and David Vela and everyone who worked on this. I am so taken aback. I am a product of community college. I started longer than probably most of you, and I have lived my life as an out lesbian and as somebody who puts themselves out there for other people to come and feel supported. I'm emotional because I never thought I would live to see this, where actually our group is recognized. I am also a Middle Eastern person. And so what's going on in my community and my culture and all the things that I have tried to help and work with our students. I am from East LA College and have done the safe zone stuff. I just want to say thank you to all of you who've done so much. I read this and like I said, I'm really taken aback. I appreciate all of the effort and I appreciate all of you that are going to make our students feel a whole lot safer and a whole lot supported, recognized as full human beings. I think we've spent most of our life not necessarily feeling like full-fledged human beings. So that's all I really wanted to say. The resolution is phenomenal. And if I could, I'd hug all of you for all that you've done. And I can't wait to continue to be that supportive faculty person who students can come to and now be recognized by the entire district. It's pretty amazing. Thank you so much for letting me have a few minutes of your time.
Thank you.
Next one is Honorable Denise Diaz.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you. Hello to the Honorable Board Trustees. My name is Denise Diaz, Council Member in the City of Southgate, where we're fortunate to have a satellite campus and the future of an amazing campus in our community. I'm here to speak on and just applaud the admirable work that has been done. When I first came in on the council, I appointed an openly gay young resident in the City of Southgate as my Parks and Recs Commission. That evening, I held back tears because of the bullying, harassment that I received from the community. And after fighting those tears, I vowed to be a strong ally for the LGBTQ community. And the presence of a safe and supporting college environment for LGBTQ youth and families to advance their education, economic and professional development is tremendous. Just recently on a census parade that we did in Southeast LA, my neighboring colleague in the city of Huntington Park, Councilmember Eddie Martinez, and myself decorated our vehicle as a Pride Mobile, and we drove around Southgate, nearby where the satellite campus is at. Little did we know that later that evening, I would receive an email from a young resident thanking me and telling me, ma'am, thank you so much for driving around in the Pride Mobile with loud music, promoting the census, but at the same time, my family still doesn't accept me. And this pandemic, I feel anxious, I feel depressed because I'm back home. When I was at UCI, I felt safe, I felt welcomed, and that's what a community college should be. That's what a campus should be. So I applaud you, board trustees, and everyone behind this, because what you did for that young man that's after pandemic, these are the stories of our community, right? Stories of this young man that is having a hard time in his household coming out and being accepted to his family. So thank you very much, and very admirable work. We were planning a Southeast LA Pride on the community college campus in Southgate, but because of COVID, it didn't happen. The works were gonna happen, but I look forward to future doing the Southeast LA Pride on the campus. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next is Ms. Monica Castillo. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, first of all, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Monica Castillo. I'm a classified employee and library technician at LA Trade Tech, where I have worked for the last 18 years. I am a cis woman, I am a mother, I am of Afro-Latino, European, and Native peoples descent. I am also pansexual and a proud member of the LGBTQIA+ community. For almost every aspect of who I am, I know I can easily find official support, community, and recognition within the Los Angeles Community College District. For my LGBTQIA+ self, however, it has not been as easy. Although our community has become somewhat more visible in the last couple of years with Lavender graduations, the Chancellor's Advisory Board, safe zones and clubs forming on various campuses, it still feels, for the most part, that we're invisible. Speaking to my campus alone, I have seen LGBTQIA+ student groups form, then fall and disappear. Our physical presence on the campus is almost nowhere to be seen, and our website presence is limited to a mostly off-site listing of links under other resources. For those like myself who are out and proud, this lack of official presence has been silencing. But for those who are not out, for our students in particular, this lack of presence must feel isolating. I have made it my vow to never be without some sort of visible sign to show my colleagues and our students that we do exist in the district. And I'll admit, Zoom backgrounds have made that a lot easier to do. Today, you will vote to formally adopt the LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights, which I am proud to have been a part of working on. Your approval of this Bill of Rights will help those of us who are struggling to create permanent spaces and visibility on campus to gain the momentum, morale, and support to get this done. Your approval will also send a firm message to each and every LGBTQIA+ student, administrator, faculty, and staff, as well as the communities that we serve. It will say to us that the Los Angeles Community College District welcomes us, values us, supports us, and sees us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is Honorable, I'm sorry, excuse me, Jesus Sotan.
Hi everyone, my name is Jesus Watan and I am here on behalf of the Latino Equality Alliance. I'm a community organizer with this organization and I'm also a student at East Los Angeles College. I'm here today in full support of an LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights. Coming from a diverse background as a queer Latinx person, This bill will create a healthy learning environment that fosters comprehension, understanding, and acceptance to the LGBTQI people and people of diverse backgrounds. So this bill, this bill is about the academic success that will bring and give my community the educational equity that we need and deserve. It will bring the visibility and services to my community whom still experience marginalization, as well as an understanding of ways to be better allies to support the LGBTQIA+ community. With everything that is currently happening in our world and more specifically in our country, now more than ever, we need to lead with inclusive action, kindness, and acceptance, and lead with efforts that will better unite us and protect our future generations of the LGBTQIA+ people. So with that being said, I'm really excited for this, and it just makes being here in this space and being here as an LGBTQ person, I am just happy to vouch for my community and be a representative for us. So thank you, Board of Trustees, and as a student of the LACCD Community College District, thank you guys so much for bringing equity and opportunities to my community. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Karina Macia.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Karina Macias. I am a council member for the city of Huntington Park, and definitely want to thank all the Board of Trustees and David Vela for his leadership on this wonderful initiative, and definitely a big support. And today I'm providing my support and on behalf of all the community here of Huntington Park. Not many people know, but actually the first same-sex marriage happened in Huntington Park back in 1968 with Reverend Troy presiding, obviously not legal back then. And given the uncertainty of our times when it comes to LGBT community, I think this Bill of Rights will provide that acceptance, that safety. A lot of our youth from the community of Huntington Park go to community college, and we definitely want them to feel accepted, to provide that inclusivity of the LGBT community. And as a big ally myself, I want to make sure that I speak in support of the Bill of Rights. And I want to thank you all for this leadership and for taking this initiative. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today.
Mr. Omar Pichardo. Mr. Omar Pichardo. Okay, we'll come back to him. Next one, Eddie Flores. Eddie Flores.
Eddie's stuck in a committee, so he may not be actually able to come join us today.
Oh, thank you. Miss Tanya Martin. Tanya Martin.
And also Tanya had a situation this morning.
Okay, thank you. Assessor Jeff Prang. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and honorable trustees. I'm very proud to be here to speak in favor of this resolution to create an LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights. And I want to acknowledge Trustee David Vela, Trustees Hoffman and Fong for your leadership on this issues, as well as all the other trustees. And as I know, each of you have been leaders and advocates on LGBT issues over the years. My name is Jeff Prang. I'm the LA County Assessor. I am an out LGBT elected official and one of 3 countywide elected officials. This resolution, I believe, will promote understanding and mutual respect and acceptance and create a more welcoming environment for our community college community. It's extremely important for young adults who aspire to grow and to develop to have the support of the institution where they're being educated to get the help that they need. All over, there are still institutional challenges to our LGBT community, particularly with the transgender community, obstacles that prevent our success. In this resolution and the recommendations provided by the trustees provides a pathway and leadership that's much needed to overcome some of those institutional obstacles and recognizes a community that has often been overlooked and neglected. The Chancellor's Advisory Committee will provide guidance and advice to the board as well as to the administration on how best to provide for the safety and well-being of all students, employees, specifically those in the LGBTQIA community, and move the district and the colleges forward in this effort. A particular note is the request to the Chancellor to ask college presidents to organize sufficient support from faculty advisors, from staff, from associated student organizations, interclub councils, et cetera, to help secure the success of pride clubs, GSAs, and other similarly designed student clubs and activities on all 9 campuses. I think for as much progress as the LGBT community has made over the last couple of decades, community colleges and our university system are still places where there's a lot of work that can be done. And I really appreciate the vision and leadership that the Board of Trustees is exercising in bringing this resolution forward. And again, I want to thank Trustees Vela and the rest of the entire board for giving me the opportunity to speak in favor of this very worthwhile resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Assessor Praying. It's always great to see you. You've been a huge supporter of our community college district, and I know you're a busy man, so I want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to be here to speak. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the other elected officials and all the other public speakers who spoke so eloquently on this issue. Do we have any more public speakers?
Yes, I have 3 more on this topic. Professor Felipe Agrediano.
Professor.
Hello, Madam President Hoffman, Trustee Vela and Fong, makers of the motion, Chancellor Rodriguez, and all the community joining us. Thank you for spearheading this momentous and historic occasion. Thank you for contributing, considering the LGBT Student Bill of Rights on this LGBT History Month, and our LGBT students, staff, faculty, administrators, and community who contribute to this district, to our city, and to our state. Our local community members have included Sylvester, known also as the Queen of Disco, who was born in Watts, California, who lived in public housing in Boyle Heights, just down the street from ELEC, who can be safe. And as it's well documented, trans Black women are murdered at higher rates, higher numbers. This also includes the largest community of Native Americans in the nation here in the county of Los Angeles. Among them are LGBT students, staff, faculty, administrators who live also in LA County in the state of California. Because of this motion, because of the spirit of the work that you're doing, our students will no longer have to hide while they're taking LGBTQ Chicana studies courses. Our students can find a home on campus away from home. They can feel embraced and accepted on our campuses. Again, thank you for embracing all of the community and LA community colleges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work. Lupe, who's next?
Miss Carolyn Fuller. Carolyn Fuller.
Is she speaking on this issue?
Okay, yes, you know that she is, and I'm going to move her to the panelists. I just see her name right now. Thank you. Okay, she's jumping on now. Miss Carolyn Fuller, are you there?
Yes, but it wasn't this issue, it was public comment.
Oh, okay, then.
But I totally support this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Feller.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Get the public comment after this. We move this up out of order to hear the public comment issue. Thank you.
Thank you. As long as my arm, so be patient. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay.
We'll get back to
you. List of President Hoffman for this topic.
Okay. I now want to, first of all, thank all of our public speakers. I know some of you, or maybe all of you, participate on the Chancellor's Advisory Committee along with Trustee David Vela. I want to give my colleague an opportunity to speak on this Bill of Rights. And I know that we have many people here at the board meeting who have been to an advisory committee meeting or are an advisory committee member here to celebrate. And again, when we're back in person, I hope we can do a lot of hugging and celebrating and cake eating. But I want to turn it over to my colleague, David Vela, to say a few words. And I have to say, you know, as board president and all of us sitting up here on the dais, we get a lot of credit. We get a lot of credit when there are good things that happen, and we also all, take the fall when something not so good happens. But in this case, really, this would never have happened without Trustee David Vela. We're all committed to LGBTQIA issues. All of us, we're a very progressive board, but to have a Bill of Rights, to have very intense, robust committee meetings, to have the Chancellor's Advisory Committee on these issues was really key to moving this district forward. I want to say one more thing about David Vela. When students fill out federal financial aid through FAFSA, through the federal government, if they are under the age of 24, whether or not they live at home with their parents, they are considered dependents of their parents. And it's very difficult for a student to get financial aid if they don't have the information coming from their parents' income. And Trustee Vela flew to Washington, D.C., worked hard with our federal advocates to say this is discrimination, because there are many youth that separate from their parents. Their parents have kicked them out of their homes and don't speak to them anymore. And they were really being disproportionately discriminated against in the financial aid arena because they weren't able to get information from their parents to put on their financial aid application for income verification. And Trustee Vela fought hard to change that. Trustee Vela fights hard to make sure that our financial aid directors can use professional discretion when asking students for personal financial information. So without saying much more, I do want to turn it over to Trustee Vela. I applaud you. I am in awe of you. This is so fantastic for our district. We can't possibly exude enough excitement over this on Zoom, but we're going to try. And if anyone can make it happen, it's you. So please say a few words.
Thank you, President Hoffman. It really is, today marks a momentous milestone, I believe, in the history of LA Community College District, where we are afforded the ability to provide protections to one of our most disadvantaged communities. This Bill of Rights sets the standards for community colleges throughout the nation and will bring understanding and acceptance of LGBTQIA+ and LGBTQIA+ people of color, students and faculty. Today, we're one step closer to equity and equality at our educational institutions. I just want to quickly just talk a little bit about how important this is, but more importantly, thank people that have been there and have shown the strength and courage to put this forward. And I must say that, President Hoffman, you are a true leader in how you have put together an agenda in your presidency to have supported the LGBTQ Affairs Committee. And Chancellor Rodriguez, thank you as well for your leadership in putting this and setting it forward with, I believe, enthusiasm. So a lot has happened in the last 2 years. We've seen the Black Lives Matter movement. We've seen people being killed in our streets. And Professor Agredano is right. One of the highest numbers of deaths in the United States is African-American transgendered women. And this must stop. At our colleges, we must ensure that people will be safe, that they feel comfortable in their own skin. It is such a great honor to work with our students who were part of the LGBT Affairs Committee that put this Bill of Rights together. It is just extraordinary to see all the faculty that was involved. Mr. Larry Frank, our Vice Chancellor, who handled this committee. Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor Ryan Corner, Deborah, all of the staff. And most importantly, I want to thank also Felipe Agredano, who has led the fight, not only at East LA College, but has been doing the outreach in order to put everyone together. And there were so many more people involved. I want to thank Mayor Garcetti, some of the elected officials you heard today, Assessor Jeff Prang. Thank you all so much. And I think today we want to be able to honor our cousins, our brothers, our sisters. You know, what I love about the LGBT community is that we encompass everyone. You know, everyone is represented in our LGBT community. Our African American, our Jewish American, our Armenian American. It's just such a wonderful intersectionality. And that's what this rainbow flag's about. You know, it's encompassing everyone. You know, this Bill of Rights is really, really important. We're gonna look at our anti-discrimination policies. We're going to celebrate each year officially Pride by flying the Pride flag. I wanna thank Mary Gallagher, who started that tradition over at LACCD College. And I wanna thank everyone who started the first ever Lavender graduation. We're gonna be able to also celebrate, like today, LGBTQ History Month. We're gonna have faculty and administrators recognize cultural responsiveness and training so that people understand pronouns and all of that good stuff. And we're gonna also implement gender neutral language so that finally our students are called what they would like to be called, not what their namesake has given and society has given them. So I really want to thank all of you, and absolutely, President Hoffman, after we vote on this, if any of the trustees would like to put their name on it, I think we should definitely do that, President Hoffman. But I think what's more important today is I want to thank my colleagues on the board. I really appreciate all of you. You have been instrumental in ensuring that our LGBT students feel safe. And I think that that's probably one of the most important pieces of being a student at our colleges. I can tell you from personal experience that there's nothing like feeling like people care. And although we're not recognized in the census yet, or we have perhaps a Supreme Court that might, you know, do something for our marriage equality, what I do love is that we believe in love and we believe that we are all equal. And so I want to thank every single person that was involved in this. We will, in the future, honor you at a future board meeting, the members of the committee. And again, just thank you so much. And I really, really appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vella. I got word that we missed one public speaker who was waiting to speak on this item. So Lupe, can you have the speaker promoted to a panelist?
Yes, she's on there now. Lynn Wood, you can speak now. Thank you so much for being patient.
You might be muted. Ms. Orozco, who is
Yeah,
the
it's Lynn Wood. She was just there on the and she's waiting. Let me see. Lynn Wood, weren't you? Hello, are you there?
It looks like they probably signed off.
Oh, okay. All right.
We'll be to public comment soon in the agenda. At this time, there's a motion and a second, but before we vote, I would like to add other trustees' names, and I think that's great, Trustee Vella, that we do that. So can we add the entire board, as long as the entire board wants to be added? I guess raise your hand if you don't want to be added to this resolution.
That may be a little confusing. I think can you just call on us? Please add my name.
Okay, please speak up if you'd like your name added. Trustee Veras?
Yes, I'd like to be added.
We know you want to be added, Trustee Swankin.
Thank you. I have my hand up to speak to the motion though, when you have a chance.
Okay, you know, the problem is I can't, the way you sign in, I don't see the hand. So if someone can, Lupe or Crystal, if you can let me know when Mr. Swankin has his hand up, that would be helpful.
Got it.
You can add my name too.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Moreno. So let's add the entire board. And Mr. Swankin, did you want to speak before we take the vote?
Yes, please. Yeah, I'd like to speak to I made the motion. So I want to thank Trustee Vella for raising the idea of a Bill of Rights. You know, our district has a long, proud history of resolutions and of actions, but this is a step that you led on, and is I'm proud to have been the one to motion to approve this. I've been an ally for almost, I think, 25 years, having had the opportunity to work on the first piece of legislation in California history on giving all the rights of marriage to LGBT. At the time, LGBT, there was no QAI, or, it was just LGBT. That's how old I am. And so this fight for everybody that's in the district, that's voting for this, that's supporting this fight for rights is not over. This is an important step, what we're doing here, but with the Supreme Court and the recent rulings, we have to be vigilant and unified to make sure that we protect everyone's right, because love is love. And I was taught that by my parents, and not everybody's parents believe as I did, and my children, I've taught my children that. So I'm proud to now be a co-author with trustees who share a belief that we need to treat our LGBTQIA employees, members, visitors, everybody, our community, with love, respect. And I also want to finally just say that, we have talked about doing more in the economic space, but we have to, Trustee Vella, we have to push hard to make sure that our bond and doing business with the district is, not only colorblind, or at least include more, not more than that, that we affirmatively work to include minority firms and include LGBTQ firms in our efforts. And I know you're on that, but I just want to join you in supporting that, and I urge an aye vote.
Do I have any other board members that would like to make a comment on this at this time, or should we go on to the vote?
Madam
President, can I make a quick comment?
Yes, Trustee Fong.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you so much, Trustee Vella, for your leadership on this powerful initiative. And thank you to all the folks who provided public comments, and to Professor Agadano, and to everyone for providing this inclusive space and this welcoming, safe environment to make sure that we're embracing the hopes and aspirations of our LGBTQ+I community, and to really continue to fight for our students here. Let's keep pushing hard. This is a step forward, as you've heard from everyone. And thank you, Trustee Vella, for your amazing leadership on the LGBTQIA+ committee, and for everything going forward. We want to make sure everyone's we're embracing the hopes and aspirations of all our students in our community. And love is love. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. Trustee Moreno, did you want to make a
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Trustee Verez has his hand raised.
Trustee Verez? You're on mute.
Yeah, one sec. Thank you. Just a couple of short comments. First of all, thank you, Trustee Vella, and to the Chancellor and to the staff who were dogged in carrying through this committee to get to this point of a Bill of Rights. I do want to acknowledge the fact that this was actually done with love, with great motivation, and I'm very excited to see that this is embarking on work. There's actually quite a bit to do across our district and across the campuses, and I would take this as sort of our initial significant structural step, and like our work that's begun on racial justice, or racial equity and social justice. This is a conversation, and this is an effort that's part of a big picture concept and sentiment that we want to be able to have every single person that steps foot on our campuses, and as students, as employees, experience. But I think the beauty of this is we're in an institution of education, so we get a chance to pass forward ideas of tolerance and diversity and inclusivity, and educate the civil society of today and tomorrow for our region and certainly our state and our country and our world. So, you know, I like to see these efforts as efforts that are in a great impact to the future of our society here. So thank you to all those who embraced and did the tedious work to put things together and the doggedness to keep it on track and get it to us in this format, so we can all obviously express our great support and our feelings of love to try to make sure we move our society in a better place. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Veras. Chancellor, I'd like to just ask you to make a few comments before we take the vote.
I have my hand up too.
Oh, I don't see these. I'm so sorry. Lupe, can you let me know when when the blue hands go up? Chancellor, let me ask Trustee Buelna first, and then I'll have you close us out with comments. Trustee Buelna, I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. I want to acknowledge the work of Trustee Vela and the entire committee, but also it's important to acknowledge that work like this takes advocates, specific advocates to move things forward. And as we can tell, that's happened. So as a discussion on diversity of curriculum moves forward throughout the entire district, you know, as per the resolution that passed last month, we need to look at the literature, history, sociology, and all the disciplines to make sure that the work of individuals who are LGBTQAI are included and acknowledged. Because I think as we move forward in order to change, you know, the different narratives in society, that can't be done until the work of all the communities is included, and that is taught. That's how you make change. And at the end of the day, we're an institution of higher learning, and we need to be a significant part of that and fund that learning within the disciplines that we make sure the LGBTQAI community is included and that we monitor that. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Hoffman, Lynn Wood is back on. Can you allow her to speak, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Wood.
Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry. Thank you for your patience. I'm a student services assistant at East Los Angeles College. I wanted to say thank you so much for seeing me. I'm an out lesbian and identify as queer. And it's super important that you guys are always at the forefront of keeping the doors open and seeing our students as they come to us. And it's so important. I just always want to be that person that's shining the light for everyone to see. And so proud that our district is there shining the light with me. Thank you, thank you, thank you again.
Thank you. And sorry for the technical difficulties. Thank you.
2020.
I know, right? Now, Mr. Chancellor.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to provide some concluding comments here to a fantastic resolution. And if one takes note of the work that the board has done over the last several months and even years, you can see a pattern of absolute inclusion, a pattern of inclusive excellence, and a pattern where we see, to use Lynn's word, our multiple constituencies that make up this beautiful district called LACCD. So today's manifestation, with the outstanding leadership of Trustee David Vela and our advisory committee, we had meetings that had 50, 60, 70 people, and they're all lending their voices, their hearts, their words, if you will, in the education of the crafting of this Bill of Rights. And I'm so proud that it has now reached this point. It was purposely geared towards being presented to the full board and to our campus communities in October, so that we could indeed be out in our interests with respect to our pride and our support for the LGBTQ+IA community. So that's so I'm very, very proud for all the work that's been done so far, and it really does. I applaud this board for being race conscious, gender conscious, queer conscious as we do our work. Because when we do that, we're not blind, but when we open up our opportunities and serve our constituencies that we are proud to serve much better. So congratulations, Mr. Vela, Board President Hoffman, members of the Board of Trustees, on behalf of our district administration. Proud moment for us.
Thank you. And Elias, did you want to make any comments? I neglected to call on you. I probably should have called on you first. You're so quiet over there. Student trustee?
Sorry, it's okay. Thank you. No, I just want to kind of say thank you to all of you who have been working so hard during these difficult times, and now that you have been focusing on the LGBTQ community. That's really important because we have a lot of students who identify as gay or lesbian, and they are sweet human beings, and they deserve the respect. And thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we have roll call now, Lupe. We have a first and a second.
Student trustee Geronimo's advisory vote.
Of course, yes.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
trustee Fong,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Swankin,
Yes.
trustee Vela,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Before we continue with the agenda, I'm going to remind my colleagues and make a request. Please let me finish describing the full item. Let me ask if there's a motion to approve before you jump in, because it tends to throw things off a little bit. And, you know, I really want to be able to follow the script and allow for the public to speak when it's time for the public to speak. I know we get eager to make motions and second motions, but please let me finish reading the item before you jump in and interrupt. I would appreciate it. We are now on our representative reports. Do any members of the resource table, and I know this gets a little tricky, so hopefully they can raise their blue hands and be let in as panelists. Do any members of the resource table want to be recognized at this time?
Trustee Hoffman, quick question.
Yes.
We're not going to do the rest of the public comment?
We are. We took, we're going to get to public comment. It's in the same order that we do every time.
Okay, you just took the others.
We had a large member constituency coming for the resolution and the Bill of Rights, so we took it out of order.
Okay, I didn't understand that. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, but we announced it in the beginning. All right, so representative reports. Do we have anyone from the resource table? And I know we have Ms. Ozanne from SEIU 99 sent me a message that she would like to speak. So can we move her in as a panelist? I don't see any other, I'm looking for blue hands. I don't see any other blue hands. If you could send Ms. Orozco a message or raise your blue hand if you'd like to speak at this time.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Ozanne in the room?
She is not.
We have Angela Echeverry and Joanne Waddell is also in the room right now.
Okay, and I do want to say sometimes members call in on their phones. You're going to need to somehow identify yourself so you can be let in as a panelist.
Yes, if they raise their hand, we can just allow them to speak. They won't be able to be moved over to the panelists because they're on their phone. But
Okay, but they
allow them to
still
speak. So raise your hand, please, if that's the case. Thank you.
Ms. Echeverry, do you want to speak first?
Sure.
Great.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. So first of all, I want to thank the board and President Hoffman for adjourning today's meeting in honor of former Mission College professor David Jordan, who was a wonderful human being and colleague, a dedicated educator, and a true pioneer in distance education. He was way ahead of his time. So thank you for recognizing him. I also want to acknowledge and thank all the faculty who have put in countless hours to train, prepare, and serve our students during the transition to online and remote education since March of this year. More than 1,000 faculty have successfully completed distance education certification courses over the last few months. In addition, I also want to recognize all the staff and administrators who have worked tirelessly to support students in this expanded online environment. I am very proud of how everyone in this district has pulled together to serve our students and protect everyone's safety during these challenging times. So I think everybody deserves a big hand for that, including the board, the chancellor, and all the way down. After a hiatus we had on Friday, September 25th, we had a very successful joint summit. The theme was advancing equity in an expanded online world. Our keynote speaker was Dr. Regina Stambach-Strout, who spoke about addressing the complex reality of racism in the academy. In the morning, we had a panel with Chancellor Rodriguez, Board President Hoffman, Trustee Veras, our DE Coordinator Jessica Drabon, Vice Chancellor Coroner Lids, the State Academic Senate President Dolores Davison, and I addressed the attendees. And that was followed by a student panel. We had a number of students that were present. We asked them about their experience in this new environment. That was very enlightening, I think, and we should continue to do that, to learn from our students. In the morning, we had 15 different breakout sessions on a wide range of topics, including advancing equity in an online learning, Zoom, Gloom, and Canvas Funk, self-care and wellness, strategies and effective practices for conducting labs and activities online, and implementing anti-racism strategies. So it was a great, a wide range, and there were 15 of these, very well attended. Over 450 LACCD faculty, students, staff, and administrators participated. So I want to thank all of the presenters and those who worked behind the scenes to make this event a huge success. And I'm very excited that we were able to reach so many people. That's one of the advantages of being in an online environment, that you can actually, you don't have to worry about room capacity, and you don't have to worry about driving and lunch budgets and things like that. So let's take advantage of the good things. One issue that we must not lose sight of is how the pandemic is going to affect and is affecting millions of K-12 students. A recent study projects that many US students have suffered what is called a shutdown-induced COVID-19 slide, and have started the academic year having made less gains in reading and math than they normally would have. So I hope that as we move forward, we can respond to this changing environment to meet the needs of our students and recognize that this is not business as usual, and our students aren't going to be impacted. Finally, our next DS meeting will be tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. We're going to be discussing a number of issues, including the new curriculum management system, criteria for the purchase of academic software and technology. As you know, we spent millions of dollars on software and technology, and we really need to try to streamline this and develop criteria. We're going to be in this for the long haul. So I think we really need to start to think responsibly of how we're spending our money in an effective manner. Also, scheduling of synchronous and asynchronous online classes, the academic freedom statement for the district, a draft policy for prior learning, and the CSU ethnic studies graduation requirements. So again, it's been a very, very busy past few months, but I want to thank everybody for their contributions to making this work for our students. So thank you.
Thank you, President Echeverry, and I want to thank you again for the District Academic Senate Summit. It was, you knocked it out of the park, and I want to thank you and your for putting that together. I think I can speak for the Chancellor as well. We were really proud to be able to be there. I learned a lot, and the student voice, I think, was critically important, and it was really great that faculty were able to hear the students speak, and they really described their experience since we've been in this remote environment. And hats off to all the faculty and everyone who put that together. Every workshop was amazing, and I just thank you for your leadership. It was really wonderful. I kind of feel like we should do that once a week. I know that's a bit much. Thank you so much for your leadership, your commitment, and your dedication.
Thank you for your support.
Great. Do we have President Waddell? Or Lupe, can you tell me who would like to speak from the resource table?
Ms. Waddell, did you want to speak? You have to mute yourself. Because right now, the only one that we have is Chris, and I could let her in.
And we also have Mary Jo Pigo from Teamsters.
Okay, let them both in, please.
Oh, okay, Mary is there. Mary, would you like to speak, but please unmute yourself?
Please speak.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mary Jo Pigo, and I'm glad to be serving in the role of Vice President of the Teamsters, representing our district deans. I've worked at West for over 20 years and been a dean for the past 9 years. I want to extend my congratulations to AFT 1521 on the approval and signing of their collective bargaining agreement today. Our negotiations continue. Last month, we reached a tentative agreement on our first article. So we look forward to continued success in our negotiations process and wrapping up in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here this afternoon. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Lozanne, if you could unmute yourself, you can be next. She's on the phone.
Okay.
*6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, good afternoon, Board Trustee and Chancellor. My name is Kristan Ozan, and I represent SAU Local 99. I want to take this time to thank the board for recognizing National Custodial Day as a day of acknowledgement for the work our members do in the custodial field. Custodians have always been considered as essential workers because of the vital role they play in making sure the classrooms, public restrooms, and campus facilities are clean and maintained for the student, staff, and faculty. And now with COVID-19, the custodial staff plays an even more crucial role on how the campuses are cleaned and sanitized with the new CDC state and local government guidelines in place to ensure that everyone is safe. Custodial work is not a glamorous job. It takes a lot of dedication and physical work to do this job. Our custodians are not always treated with respect or given the support or manpower they need to do their job. And with this pandemic, they're just as fearful as anyone else because they're putting their lives on the line, hoping they don't get exposed to this deadly virus. Yet, despite all the obstacles they face, they do what is necessary to provide the best service for our students, staff, and faculty. The custodians are truly the front line of defense and our heroes when it comes to preventing the spread of COVID-19 on our campuses. With that being said, I would like to thank the board again for this acknowledgement and all the custodians who are able to show up to work and provide service to all the campuses. In addition, I would like to thank Dr. Nish, William Ramirez, and the entire COVID-19 response team for their hard work and provide everyone with updated information on what's happening at each campus and keeping everyone updated on the new protocols and guidelines as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I want to thank the board for allowing our members to work a modified work schedule where the custodians can feel safe by working remotely from home and by doing professional development training during this pandemic. And I want to recognize and thank Dave Martin, James Conway, and Bruce Hick for providing professional training to our members. They have done a phenomenal job. I would also like to bring a concern to your attention that we need your help with. Because of this pandemic, the air conditioners have been turned off in many of the buildings at some campuses. And during the recent heat wave, one of our custodian members experienced severe heat exhaustion as a result of being directed by supervision to work in these extremely hot buildings with no air. The member ended up filing for workers' comp as a result of this. I bring this up because it's such a dangerous situation during a heat wave to have our custodians physically cleaning buildings with no air conditioning. And this can also be a huge liability for the district if someone was to get seriously ill. This is a preventable situation. And I want to know, do we have a district-wide protocol in place for situations like this? And if not, we need to implement new procedures. I also question the training of supervision when it comes to situations like this, because it's also their responsibility to make sure our custodians are working in a safe work environment. I would appreciate if you can look into this matter and make sure that during heat waves, our members don't work in conditions that are dangerous. Lastly, we have a huge concern with our members being bullied and retaliated on the job for exercising their union rights. The member I mentioned earlier about working in the hot building complained to supervision, and he still did not bother to move the member to a cooler building or to make sure the AC was turned on. And in fact, the member was directed to continue cleaning in the same building, which was well over 100 degrees. This type of behavior is unacceptable. The only way this can stop is if the board takes action by having some type of anti-bullying policy in the district that will hold people accountable for their actions. It's not hard to identify, this type of behavior. I want to thank you in advance for your help in resolving and preventing these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ozan, and thank you for bringing those concerns to our attention. Chancellor, is that something you could please follow up on in terms of what I know that we think we're saving energy by, shutting off the air conditioning in all the buildings, but maybe we can take a look at when folks are in there working or cleaning.
Yes, I've taken notes. We'll follow up.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sorry, Crystal or Lupe, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. My apologies. President Waddell's next. Thank you.
Okay, President Waddell.
President, just a really quick note. First, to thank my colleagues at the resource table for the dedicated work they continue to provide, and especially to our colleagues in the Academic Senate, who continue to keep us focused on the future. Finally, we didn't mention earlier, but I do want the trustees to know that the Guild also provided faculty education. We called it our Financial Awareness and Benefits Conference. We held it on 2 Fridays, the 18th and the 25th, so that faculty, both full-time and adjunct, could take better advantage of the benefits that we offer. So thank you for that time. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, President Waddell. Is there anybody else wishing to speak from the resource table?
The hands are up and I think we're good.
Okay, thank you everyone for speaking, and all of your comments have been noted, and Chancellor, you'll follow up on those items that we just heard. Thank you. We've had time to review the Chancellor's report, which also includes reports from the college presidents. But is there any college president who has an announcement or something they would like to share at this time? And I'm going to rely on Crystal and Lupe to see if there are any blue hands up from college presidents. I'll give it a couple of minutes.
Okay.
I don't see any.
Neither do I.
Okay, great, thank you. We are now on public comment. Item G, the First Amendment and the Brown Act guarantee a member of the public the right to criticize a public employee in the performance of his or her duties. However, speakers are encouraged to focus their comments on issues relevant to the conduct of the public's business rather than on private, unrelated matters. Are there any persons signed up to address the Board of Trustees on items on the regular agenda? So on regular agenda items. Mr. Roscoe, are there any persons signed up?
Yes, I have quite a few people on item 01 and 02, group adoption of the 2021 budget development calendar and budget revisions and appropriations transfer. These are
how many people do you think you have?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 people, 16 people.
Okay. Colleagues, since the board rules provide for a maximum of 20 minutes per topic, and we have 16 people and possibly more because some people still have the ability to sign up, can I have a motion for each speaker to be allotted 2 minutes?
So move.
Thank you. Moved by Trustee Moreno. Do I have a second?
Second by Veras.
All right, second by Veras. Roll call, please, Lupe.
Trustee advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Sonkin.
No.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Veras.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna go down the list, which I don't have in front of me, but Ms. Orozco, you have the list.
Yes, I do.
Each speaker will have 2 minutes, and can you set your phone timer or a timer so we can hear it?
I have a timer.
Thank you.
So that we know that a lot of people are called on the phone, so I'm going to need them to raise their hand. The names are not listed.
Right.
So right now for 01, I'm looking for Reverend Clarence Moore. If you can raise your hand, sir, so we could.
So do this, if you
recognize
can call out everyone's name, and then as they hear their name, they can raise their hands. and you can start to admit them or unmute them, however that works.
Okay.
And then I'm going to ask every public speaker, since your name is not associated, I just see phone numbers, to please identify yourself with your name if you're comfortable.
Okay. So Reverend Clarence Moore, Reverend Raymond Baker, Reverend Roy Atkins, Reverend Diana Johnson, Reverend Stephen Megover, Reverend Max Shorty, Mr. Clinton Simmons, Mr. James Marshall, Mr. Connor Everett, Mr. Bruce Ratkins, Reverend Nate Duvall, Bishop Cliff Cody, Michael Beatty, Tori Bailey, and Mr. Shaka Satori. If any of those individuals, please raise your hand. We do have a lot of numbers listed, so we can.
President Hoffman, can you explain to them how to do that? Because people may not know how to raise the hand on the Zoom.
So to raise your hand is *9, and to unmute yourself is *6. So *9 on your phone will raise your hand. There we go. Okay, and then now to unmute yourself, please do *6. I have one hand. So please identify yourself.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Reverend Clarence Moore, Madam President and the board members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you again on this matter. I applaud you and all the great work you're doing with the LA Community College Board and with all of the colleges. We are, I guess, as ministers and pastors, we are appealing to you. We want to partner with you because we want you to take the leadership in dealing with African American students. The coronavirus has had such an impact on our communities and the effects that it has on students, probably with the concerns and careers and attending college. The outreach program is where we want you to focus your attention. That's why we keep coming before you, asking for the $3 million to fund this outreach program, or the RFP for this outreach program, so that it can adequately reach out to the Black students. I heard someone say something about discrimination and the resolution that you've adopted. I think that's great, but I like what he said as far as the Black Lives Matter. Black students matter too. That's why we are coming together to speak to you and appeal to you to take some action on this outreach program. $3 million is what we would like to see you do, and we're willing to partner with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Moore.
Okay, so Carolyn Foiler. Carolyn Foyer, if you could please raise your hand. Carolyn Fowler. Okay, I have. Oh,
I'm
thank
here.
you.
I'm
Thank
here.
you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Oh,
We can hear you.
okay. All right, great. Thank you. Greetings, Chancellor Rodriguez and Board of Trustees. I'm Carolyn Fowler, professional expert at LAUSD. However, speaking to you today is a concerned community activist on education policy and unapologetically about Black students on LACCD campuses. Black Lives Matter, Black Minds Matter. Fundamentally, community college should be the bridge to graduation, degree, and transfer to a four-year university. When college promise with 2 years of college is free and enrollment and transfer rates are down, clearly there's a pragmatic interest and outreach issue we need to identify and solve. Speaking to this issue is a question of why a dean of ESL is funded when that non-credit coursework does not support transfer or graduation, and lower level academic math and English classes are decreased. So some additional concerns voiced by students and parents center around student alienation, disenfranchisement, reduced transfer and enrollment rates, and greater diversity hiring of faculty. Several community leaders want an investigation of what actual funding truly does support African-American students and the community at large. Me and the community would like to see the board's resource plans to support an empowering mental health, social, and emotional learning campus climate, an anti-racist, culturally relevant curriculum, and increased minority contracting, hiring of Black faculty, and finally a Black board member to impact future policy. I am aware of your efforts this summer to initiate a framework for racial equity and social justice, and eager to hear more about the implementation of recommendations as a result of that committee. Please also look at the recommendations from the Alliance for Black Students, Faculty, and Staff. I look forward to working more closely with the board and more specifically Dr. Awan at Southwest, my local community college, which has Middle College High School on its campus. Diversity and inclusion should benefit all students. To quote a friend of mine, diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. See you on the dance floor, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. Thank you for being here.
My
I
pleasure.
have one more person with a raised hand. Please identify yourself and press *6 to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yes, this is Barajas Filiberto.
Are you on the, what item are you speaking to?
Okay, in reference to Crystal Zand's concern.
Oh, that's not an agenda item. She spoke on the representative table. You'll have to be at the end of the agenda, sir. I'm sorry. On DD, public item.
I'll be waiting.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for understanding.
There's somebody with a 626 phone number. Oh no, the blue hand just went away.
Okay.
Lupe, why don't you go through and call the list again, call it down to see if anybody else is here.
Okay, surely. So let me see, switch screens here.
Can we
So
call
do you want me to go through this list again?
Go through the list quickly, and if someone hears your name, they can hear.
Reverend Raymond Baker, Reverend Roy Atkins, Reverend Diana Johnson, Reverend Stephen Magover, Reverend Matt Shorty, Mr. Clinton Simmons, Mr. James Marshall, Mr. Connor Everett, and Mr. Bruce Ratkins, Reverend Nate Duvall, Mr. Bishop Cliff Cody, Mr. Michael Beatty, Ms. Tori Bailey, and Mr. Shaka Satori. No hands are raised. I think we're good. Thank you.
We do have Shaka Satori in the panelist room.
Oh, thank you, Crystal. Appreciate it. Okay, sir, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm Shaka Satori, a longtime LA-based community activist. I'd like to thank everybody for allowing me to comment. With the budget being a major factor in any proposed substantive changes, as activists, it must be a major component of our activism strategy moving forward. That said, we appeal to the LACCD to take this anti-racism and social justice framework very seriously. Racism is a prevailing issue in this district, and that needs to change. The social and political climate of the day, on top of the inherent responsibilities that come with the positions you hold, requires of you to make those changes, to reconcile institutional racism in the LA Community College District. Regarding African-American student recruitment, African-American faculty recruitment, ethnic focused curriculum, counseling, ultimately everything impacting the African-American community. No institution of public service like the LACCD should design a marketing and recruitment program that is not equitably inclusive of all of its populations. We want quantifiable recruitment of African-American students, staff, faculty, and administrators for East Los Angeles, Valley, Pierce, Harbor, and Mission College as part of the action item of reconciliation. We want African-American focused programs on every district campus. And we want it without tactics that place certain student populations against other student populations. For 24 years, we had a great program, the Strategies for the Development of the African American Man-Child Conference. But in 2018 and 2019, there's no conference. That conference successfully inspired thousands towards higher education, character development, and personal excellence. So we have to wonder why such programs are not heavily supported by you.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry. Your time's up. Thank you.
Lupe, can you explain one more time how people raise their hands if they're online?
Yes. So raising your hands is *9 on your phone, *9, and then to unmute yourself is *6.
I'm looking. I don't see anybody else with their hands up. So
Neither do I.
I'm gonna give it 10 more
Oh,
seconds. Oh,
we
there's
got one more.
Okay.
So please unmute yourself, *6, and then identify yourself. And if this is an agenda item, we will hear you. And if not, it'll be at the end of the.
My hand is up.
Thank
Clint
you.
Simmons' hand is up.
Your name, sir?
Are you there?
Yes.
Clint Simmons.
Okay, you have 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
What's the agenda item you're speaking on?
Is this Clint Simmons? Okay. Do you recognize Clint Simmons at the present time?
Yes, sir, we do. You have 2 minutes.
Yes,
Go ahead,
I'm Clint Simmons, and how many people are trying to speak at the same time here?
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Clint Simmons.
You muted yourself, Mr. Simmons. There you go.
Okay. All right, fine. Okay, I'm speaking now. Clint Simmons, and I'm here. I support the program. One of the problems that I have with the district is that we'll start something and then it'll go on for maybe a few months and then it changes to something else. The district must be consistent in what they're doing. The program that I liked, what you had was LA First. That was a good program.
Mr. Simmons,
and it never did. It never did.
For 1 minute.
Pardon me?
I just need to interrupt you. We'll start your time over. Can you state what we're looking at our agenda, and I'm trying to see what agenda item are you speaking on at this time?
I'm speaking on the one for the Reverend Moore for the Black students.
I need an agenda item number or an item.
I don't have the item except I'm speaking on the one for the Black students, the Black ministers in the program. I don't have the number, ma'am. I don't have it with me here, so I don't see what. The same one that Reverend Moore, that was just speaking on, and you called my name. So whatever item that is.
I will allow you to speak. I'll start the timer over, but in the future, this is for agenda items only, but I'm going to allow you to speak. And let's start the timer over.
Yeah, but you called my name and I raised my hand. That was it.
Yep, and Madam Chairman, Chairman, this is the General Counsel. Just a point of clarification. I do believe Mr. Simmons had signed up on the budget development calendar and budget revisions, that he was on that particular one.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's all we need to know, Mr. Simmons. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, you called my name, and that's I assumed that I was ready to speak. So, am I ready to speak now, or what?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, fine. What I'm calling in regards to because it is the way that the district normally start programs specifically for minorities, Blacks particularly, and they never continue them. They will start something, it sounds good at the outset, then it goes. So I just hope that this program here that the reverends, that the Black ministers are putting forth would be something that will be continuously. One of the problems that I have found, I do a lot of volunteering. I came out of the STEM area from NASA, and the kids that I do interface with on weekends, of course not now while the virus is going on, is that they get improper counseling in the junior college system. They would take a lot of subjects that will not lead to the program they want when they get transferred to a 4-year college. They would be taking courses that are not relevant to going to a 4-year institution. And that's one thing that I would like to see in the counseling office is that the Black kids are counseled properly. If whatever particular career that they're seeking, the junior college, community college program are accepted by a 4-year institution. That's what I would like to see take place. And if you want to do this here, by all means, let's continue it. Let's not just start and stop and say, well, we did something. We have appeased them now, so they should be happy. That is not the case. We need a lot of technical people from this point on. This country is going to need every soul that they can to be tech and be available and be trained to do the type of training and jobs that we will need in the future. a good example of the technology we're seeing it now to carry on meetings without being there in person. So this is the type of technology that will be relevant in the future. So let's hopefully the program that the ministers have put forth, let's follow through with it and make sure that the colleges do not discriminate, specifically in the counseling office. LA First should be come back. Thank you. I'm through.
Thank you so much, Mr. Simmons. Thank you for your comments. Okay, I believe that concludes public comment for the time being. We will come back to public comment again at the end of the meeting. So thank you, everyone. We are now on item H, reports from the board. Trustee Vella, I'm going to call on you first to summarize the proceedings of the Legislative and Public Affairs Committee meeting that you chaired on September 16th.
Thank you. Hold on really quick. All right. So, on September 16th, we discussed the Legislative and Public Affairs Committee and really all of the 2020 legislative accomplishments. If you recall, back before COVID, it was a different time, and we went ahead and pursued over 20 initiatives, both at the state of California and with the federal government. We did have some wins in regards to our COVID-19 block grants. We held harmless on our state budget and was able to move forward with the district despite uncertain state budgetary forecasts. We went ahead and advocated at the local level with housing and student basic needs, as well as really putting a lot of effort to securing internet and laptop and distribution of other technology, which we're still working on. Obviously, the Berman bill that allows us to use lottery fund money in order to buy hotspots and so on and so forth. I think one of the biggest challenges right now is really at the federal level, ensuring that Congress passes some type of stimulus. As I can't really explain more than to tell you guys. I mean, you see the news. It's a tough situation in Washington, but we're waiting steadily. We're confident that the California delegation will be able to bring us something over to our local governments. And again, in a nutshell, lots of stuff still being done, looking at Metro to provide us with, infamous pass in our colleges. We're looking at our peer navigators, enhancing that at the county, which would give our students more resources for homes and for connection with homes. Again, very busy, President Hoffman, and thank you for being on our weekly legislative calls. Really appreciate that. I know it's at 8 a.m. and it's usually very charged. But on a positive light, we did get to Los Angeles Unified School District, Montebello School District, Burbank, and Culver City accepted our digital welcome packet and are continuing to promote enrolling with us. So I want to thank all of you, including the Chancellor and all that good stuff. So it's busy times. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vella. Trustee Fong, could you please summarize the proceedings of the Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee meeting that you held on September 16th?
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, colleagues, and hope everyone's doing well and staying safe in these challenging times. Thank you to my colleagues, Trustees Vella and Buona, for a robust Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee meeting. Our meeting led off with a very special presentation from the Mayor's Office on LA College Promise Works. Mayor Garcetti, along with Board President Hoffman, along with our Chancellor, announced LA College Promise Works at an event at Trinity Medical College with President Katrina Vanderwood, and it was an amazing partnership. And at the IESS meeting, we had a presentation from Lisa Salazar and Andres on this new jobs and readiness program for our LA College Promise students, which utilizes a dedicated team of career coaches to help students navigate on-campus career resources, as well as City of LA County, and off-campus jobs programs. In the first year, we hope to serve 1,000 LA College Promise students with career exploration, job readiness, and placement opportunities for at least 500 students and subsidized opportunities connected to higher LA youth. So we're looking forward to that partnership, and thank you to Vice Chancellor Warner for his leadership and efforts on that, along with the Chancellor. Secondly, we had a robust report back on enrollment. Enrollment has been very much our singular focus at the committee and throughout the district. And thank you to the 9 college presidents for your presentations on enrollment strategies and providing those important enrollment feedback reports. We're currently at 91% of our enrollment, and we're still pushing hard each and every day. We have a second set of late start classes that are starting soon. And thank you to all the staff and faculty for all your works in calling students and texting students and messaging students and really trying to encourage students to persist and to continue their education. And we need to continue to meet students where they are during these challenging times. And we'll continue to fight for additional resources for our students to make sure that our classes are responsive to current trends. And we're looking at increased dual enrollment efforts and also tackling basic needs and technology support and student support services. So we're continuing to fight hard on these efforts and fronts. And I really want to thank the Chancellor and our 9 college presidents and faculty and staff for all your hard work and efforts on that. We'll continue to be singularly focused on boosting and growing and continuing to push on enrollment. Lastly, we had a brief report back on accreditation. The next cycle of accreditation will culminate in self-evaluation reports starting in fall 2022 and team visits starting in 2023. So we just, we'll get a further report back at our next meeting. And lastly, we'll be pushing for more report backs on the district-wide system enrollment plans, and then also following up on our committee's request for a review on the foundations. And so that was a very robust meeting, and thank you again. Thank you, Board President Hoffman. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Trustee Fong. That's quite a lot of work. I miss being on that committee. That committee does a lot of the work that we're engaged in, and thank you so much for your leadership on that. Okay, Trustee Vera, you please summarize the proceedings of the Facilities Master Planning and Oversight Committee.
Thank you. Yes, there are a few items, or one item that's coming for recommendation and a couple items that are updates here. First of all, the committee accepted and the staff recommendation that's forwarded to the full board for the owner-controlled insurance program policy changes to essentially reflect that contractors will pay a deductible equal to their corporate insurance in the event of an insurance claim, and authorize the signature of the collateral and payment agreement for OSEP. Essentially, this action is in front of the board today, and it did take an approach that continues to protect our local small, emerging, and disabled veterans owned firms, but essentially incentivizes contractors to better manage risk. So a full presentation was given to the committee, and the item will be in front of us today to consider. Secondly, the committee also received the Bond Program Monitor Semi-Annual Report. The bond monitors provided an overview, and we went into in depth with several different items. Essentially, the committee asked about the health and overall bond program, and it was essentially reflected that areas of improvement included communications, organization, team building, and the overall health. And when compared to other similar programs, the bond monitor reported that there was improvement, and their assessment is the bond is in positive shape here. We also heard an update regarding maintenance and operations. The committee has been undertaking a fairly substantial assessment of current staffing levels, our tools and equipment provided, and essentially evaluating what's needed to explore alternatives in terms of resource sharing, and trying to essentially get our campus facilities to the highest possible cleanliness levels that we can with the budget that's there. The committee certainly asked questions about shifts rotating shifts and ask questions about staffing levels of current status and gaps in hiring, as well as there was an overview of the training programs that have been taking place during the COVID job modifications. And the last thing I'll note was that there was also a very significant presentation on Build LACCD's Summer 2020 internship program. This is one of those programs that was included in the bond that essentially allows 20 LACCD students to gain over 300 hours of hands-on experience working on labor compliance, project management, the BIM. It also helps students get employer readiness, resume review, time management, workplace etiquette training, etc. This was sponsored by a number of firms who do business with the district. And it's part of the sort of competition process, but essentially Jacobs Pacific Services, AIM, Arcadis, Cordoba, Cumming, Parsons, Simpson & Simpsons, and Vanner all had provided internship opportunities for LACCD students. So a wonderful program, very positive presentation, and very, very good feedback from the students. And certainly this was able to happen in spite of all the challenges with COVID, and we're able to continue to have this program work forward. Some of you may pay special note that there are environmental workshops, issues that are coming forward, and this is actually one of the projects that came out of our student intern effort here. So as you see those flyers go out for workshop dialogues about the future sustainability, it's a wonderful connection that our students are making and moving on behalf of the district to talk about issues that are important to us all here. So that's the committee report. Thank you.
Trustee, can I add something to that report?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. No, I promised Mr. Smith that I would ask at the board meeting whether the student union at Southwest, whether it was confirmed whether there was going to be a second water station. Mr. Smith, if you're on, could you confirm that? Were you able to get that detail? I noted it down that I was going to ask you at the board meeting.
I think I mentioned earlier, please direct your questions to me, and then we can see if our staff is in the Zoom audience, because I'm not sure that Mr. Smith is here. Chancellor, do you know Mr. Smith? Dr. Smith?
Yes, I'm available.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you for that question, Trustee Buelna. We actually have a station for each floor that was added for that new building.
Is it going to have two?
Yes.
At the bottom floor, like we had, or I may have described it right, but we said that we would bring it up at this meeting.
Yes, there's a combination unit. There's one on each floor.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
You're welcome.
President Hoffman, I did receive a note from Vice Chancellor Nish here. The items I mentioned that are up for approval are 01 and 02. So I just wanted to note that for the record, since they have applications that come forward to us.
Great, thank you so much. Trustee Slunkin, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, because it was part of the contract, and I'm hoping it didn't get changed, that the report, and I haven't looked yet because I didn't know the report was completed by the bond monitor, would be placed on the website. I want to confirm, number one, it's on the website, and number two, if it's not too big of a document, it would be great if we could all of the board members could receive it, so that because while the committee is charged with sort of monitoring, the whole goal of the bond monitor was to have the information both public and to have every board member have it. And the reason I know this is I authored the motion that amended the bond language to include the bond monitor.
So the answer is yes and yes. So it is.
Thank you.
And it can be sent. It's also available in board docs for all of the public, not just the board members. Anybody can view it and see it. if they like beyond the website posting.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to summarize the proceedings from the Budget and Finance Committee meeting because there are items on here for the full board's approval. The Budget and Finance Committee discussed the revision debt issuance policy, and I will call on you, Dr. Buolna, when I'm done with my report to talk a little bit about that. We discussed the issuance of $1.4 billion of refunding general obligation bonds, and we discussed the proposed underwriting syndicate to sell those bonds. Those are on the agenda today for your approval. They were action items, and the committee voted unanimously to recommend for approval. And we had an enrollment update as the same one that they had, or a modified version of the enrollment update that they had in the Institutional Effectiveness Committee meeting. And Trustee Buolna, since you took the lead in bringing forward the debt issuance policy and some of those revisions, did you want to speak to that a little bit?
Sure, I think this is good news. Well, not I think, I know this is good news, sorry. That we part of our bond, and I'm simplifying it, and Ms. Gordon, I know that you're there and you will save me if I'm missing something. We will be refinancing part of the bond in order to have a savings. And essentially it will be a tax break for taxpayers of the district because of the low interest rates. So there will be no refund, but it will be there will be less tax payments from property owners for our bond. So I want to congratulate our staff for doing a very good job and just putting that out there and doing it quickly, saving citizens and the district money. Thank you.
Thank you. Student Trustee Geronimo, do you want to summarize the proceedings of the Student Affairs Committee that you chaired on September 11th? And at this time I remembered to attend, so thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon, board and participants present. First of all, let me start by saying thank you to everyone on the board on the Los Angeles Community College District for working so hard and keeping the community together in difficult times. So the Student Affairs Committee meets every second Friday of the month, and on our previous meeting on September 11th, student leaders were officially appointed to attend the district's committee's meeting. And we started to talk and plan for our next student-led roundtable, which will be on October the 16th, about civic engagement. Our next student-led town hall will have special guests presenting the Props 15 and 16, and as well as a county registrar on voting, informing on the voting sites that will be on LACCD campuses. So students can be informed, and they can, if they want to go to those sites and leave their ballots there, we will be informing about that. And yeah, and for our next meeting, it will be this Friday, and we will have some information items as well. In regards to this town hall, I have been finding it a little bit challenging to get to all of the students because I don't know why, but I've been trying to get more students to come to the town hall and get informed. Like, for example, in our last roundtable, we got just a few students and we were informing about remote learning. But I hope that for this next one, I hope to get more than 100 students so they can get informed about this important thing that is going on during this and next month. So that's all for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geronimo. You know, I think if you reached out to the students that participated with you during the District Academic Senate Summit, maybe they could help in terms of spreading the word to students on their campuses. I'm happy to help too if there's anything I can do to help you get better attendance. But great work, and you were a very powerful speaker at that roundtable for the District Academic Senate. So great participation.
Thank you.
Chancellor Rodriguez, you chaired 2 meetings. You chaired the DACA task force, but you also had the inaugural meeting for the Black and African American Student Affairs Committee. Can you summarize the proceedings of both of those meetings, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Happy to do so. The DACA Immigration Task Force meeting met on September the 17th, and we had 34 participants, and we spent the bulk of the time interacting with our special guest that afternoon, Congresswoman Judy Chu, who, as we all know, represents the local 27th congressional district. And some of you may not know that she is not only a public servant and an amazing leader, but she's also a former professor at LACCD and ELAC in the psychology area. So she's been a very strong support of ours for many, many years and continues to do so. The bulk of her comments really engaging students and our advocates on supporting immigration reform and the importance of students engaging now more than ever, engaging through their vote if they are indeed eligible to vote. And she talked about the House Democrats and their priorities to pass the Dream and Promise Act, the HR 6, to establish a pathway to citizenship for eligible Dreamers and those who are holding a temporary protected status. So it was great to have Congresswoman Chu with us. We also went over the state budget and the dollars put through the current state budget, supporting key elements of emergency aid, if you will, for undocumented students, funding for undocumented students and their legal costs, and then support to each of the colleges to their Dream Resource Center liaisons. We went on and discussed what is now in October, the undocumented action week, if we will, week of action. And we do have a Dreamers Success Fund, a fundraising campaign throughout our district going on right now. So we're looking for support for folks and to get a payroll deduction, other ways to support our Dreamer students at our district. And as this group knows, and our trustees well know, that we serve more undocumented students than any other community college district in the state, perhaps even in the nation, and more than the UC and CSU combined. So it is a very significant population for us. And then we concluded our meeting by reminding everybody of the Friday, October 23rd, supporting undocumented students, a call to action. It is a summit that is being forged by our Dream Resource Center liaisons, our partners throughout the district. There's a wonderful panel that includes Assemblywoman Wendy Carrillo, Trustee Buolna, Chancellor Eloy Oakley, and then 2 college presidents from Berkeley City and San Diego Mesa, Angelica Garcia and Pamela Luster, respectively. And of course, always concluded our meetings and including the voices of students who keep us very grounded. So it was a very good meeting, and I appreciate all the work that's being done on behalf of our Dream Resource Centers across the district. And if I could continue, if I might, on the activities that took place with our inaugural, as you pointed out, the meeting that took place last week, a wonderful meeting with our newly established Chancellor's Advisory Committee for Black African American Student Affairs. We met last Wednesday on September 30th. We had 65 participants, and not all of those are members of the advisory committee. About half are members of the advisory committee. We welcome them. We were very, very pleased that there's such a representative group of faculty, staff, students, and administrators throughout our district that care deeply about these issues. We reviewed our charge, and we've made some elements, amendments to the charge, enhanced, augmented our charge, if we will, but it all relates to supporting the educational outcomes and improving the outcomes of our Black African American students at LACCD and improving the working and teaching conditions for our Black faculty and staff. And clearly, one way to implement the framework for racial equity and social justice is through this committee. We also had a wonderful presentation by one of our own, sociology professor Tiffany Lenoir from West LA College. She provided a presentation on how we can use the principles of anti-racism to achieve racial equity at LACCD. Did a fabulous job walking us through that work, creating language, creating construct, creating meaning to this work to remedy racist and discriminatory practices and to be actively anti-racist. if you will. So that was a wonderful presentation by Professor Lenoir. We will have as a standing item our African American Outreach Initiative update. Our AAOI coordinator, Dr. Nairee Berry from LACCD College, shared really the work of the committee, the tremendous work of committee, how they're organized to move forward in supporting our Black African American students, faculty, and staff. They have set up various committees in advocacy, policy development, and funding, and access and student support in HBCUs, community and workforce partnerships, in community and district signature events, and in marketing and promotion. So they are very, very well organized and look forward to continuing to support their work, to fund their work, and to really give us a voice of activism and a voice of action for our students, faculty, and staff. And then, of course, we had our student members of the advisory committee speak to their experiences and speak to their experience and to ways that we could improve their learning environments here at LACCD. So it was a wonderful meeting. We will continue to meet this month, next month, and the following month as we begin to develop some momentum and build agendas for the future. So those are the two reports, Madam President.
Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you for filling in to chair the DACA task force meeting. Much appreciated by the board, and fabulous job. I was able to make some opening remarks for the African American Student Affairs Committee, and that was a great meeting. So thank you for including
Yes, thank you for being there. It's wonderful.
We are now on our resolutions, and I want to take the resolutions one at a time. I'm going to start with resolution number 2, since we already voted on resolution number 1. Resolution number 2 is support for and declaration of Clean Air Day. I would like to ask the author of this resolution to make a motion.
I'd like to move this item, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Fong, do you want to make a few comments about the resolution?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you to my colleagues, Trustees Hoffman and Bella, for co-sponsoring the resolution. This is a partnership with the Coalition for Clean Air, and with the recent sustainability resolution that was recently passed by this board, it's complementing those efforts. And today is Clean Air Day. We know in the past 6 months, it's been very trying times. And in March of this year, we actually had some of our best, cleanest air in the country. But I know after our Independence Day holiday, we've had some of the worst air. Smoke from wildfires, which are now occurring year round, means that air pollution can occur even in our most pristine locations. California Clean Air Day is built on the idea that shared experiences can unite people to action to improve our community and our community's health. And today we're joining as LA Community College District with our partners to commit ourselves to a better, cleaner air quality here in Los Angeles for the well-being of our residents, employees, our students, and everyone who's involved with our district. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. We have a motion and a second. Do I have any other comments from board members? All right, can we have the roll call, please, Lupe?
Trustee Geronimo's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Spankin.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you. We are now on resolution number 3, which is Filipino American History Month. Trustee Fong, I'm going to call on you again.
Yes, I would like to move this item. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any comments, or would you like to make some comments? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Madam President Hoffman. And thank you to my colleagues, Trustees Vettis and Vela, for co-sponsoring this resolution. Filipino Americans have had a long history here in the United States and in participation in social justice movements, but not limited to the United Farm Workers Movement, the fight for ethnic studies, the sugar plantation strikes, the anti-martial law movements across multiple decades. And here at the LA Community College District, partnership with various programs. We need to thank you to everyone for embracing the hopes and aspirations of our Filipino American students and faculty and staff, and all our students, faculty, and staff, and farm workers such as Larry Itliong and Philip Beta Cruz, in fighting for better work conditions for our farm workers. And Filipino Americans have contributed much to the advancement of culture, arts, and dance here at LACCD and throughout our state and throughout our city and country. So we'd like to recognize October as Filipino American Heritage Month. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Trustee Fong. I see no other blue hands up, so can I have roll call on this, please?
Student Trustee Geronimo's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Svanken,
Yes.
Trustee Vela,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great, thank you. We are now on resolution number 4 in support of LACCD recognition of district custodial workers. This is a resolution put forward by the full board, so I'm going to move.
Ms. Hoffman, it was actually put forward by me. So I'm happy to make the motion if you want to be consistent and fair to everybody.
Okay. Do I have a second?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Swanken. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, second by Trustee Buelna. Do I have anybody with their blue hands up? Okay, can I have roll call, please, Lupe?
Student Trustee
I'd like to speak if I could.
Yeah,
I'd like to, sorry. Sorry, Lupe. I just want to express our gratitude to all of the custodians for all the work they've been doing during the pandemic. From the very beginning, they showed up and they worked hard. I want to ask that, like the other discussions, that when we're able to gather, that we have a celebration and a thank you to the custodians who work so hard every day, right now, putting their lives on the line, cleaning and sanitizing. And as we reopen, they're going to do the same. And, you know, the pandemic's not over. We probably will reopen when it's safe, but there'll still be a risk. And so I just want to express my personal gratitude, and I hope everybody on the board joins me. And I want to say that I'm very troubled by what we heard, and I appreciate the fact that the Chancellor and others will look into it. But we should make sure we have a policy that during a heat wave, that we do not have any employee, doesn't matter who it is, working in a building without air conditioning in this day and age, and especially doing hard work like the custodians do, and that we figure out a way to have custodians during heat waves, during summers, work in buildings where they're safe and the air is on. So it shouldn't be complicated to figure it out, because most of our buildings are not being used. So I'm hoping the Chancellor can address this quickly, and that we can have a policy, you know, at least a directive from the Chancellor or the head of the director of our facilities program, what to do during during heat waves for any employees that either work outside or that work inside, so that they can have breaks. Not only should we follow state and federal guidelines, but we should do better by our employees that that are putting their lives on the line. So I want to thank all the board members for co-authoring this with me. I didn't realize they would. I thought the tradition and practice was the one of us or two of us or three of us author it, and then everybody adds their name at the board meeting. But I'm glad to see everybody joining on this item, because it shows our custodians that we value them.
Thank you. I also want to point out, I think it's is it National Custodian Appreciation Month as well. And, you know, for many of the programs that we offer in the LA Community College District, whether it's nursing, first responder, anything in the health and wellness field, our custodial staff throughout the entire county is putting their lives at risk. So I want to recognize not only our amazing custodians in SEIU 99 and SEIU 721 here on our campuses, but also throughout the County of Los Angeles, because they do come into contact with high risk people and patients, and many of our students work with them as well in their training programs. So thank you for everything that you do, and we're happy to honor you here today at our board meeting. And now I'm going to call for roll call, please, Lupe.
Trustee Geronimo's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buolna.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Svanken.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you. We now have our last resolution, which is the resolution for classified employees retirement. And I see on here we actually have a custodian who is retiring. So congratulations. Thank you so much for your service to our district. Do I have a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Okay, I'm gonna vote in a second. And can we have roll call, please?
Trustee Buolna.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Svanken.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
did we miss the student advisory vote?
He doesn't vote on things of this matter.
Oh, okay. Just didn't want to make sure we missed anyone.
Okay, we are now on item J, reports from the Chancellor. So get comfortable and cozy because we have 4 very in-depth reports that the Chancellor will be covering today. Well, I'm just going to go through what the reports are, and then I'm going to turn it over to you, Chancellor. We have
President Hoffman.
Yes.
Can I ask just as a pointed a process here?
Yes.
How are you proposing to do questions? Is it through the presentations, at the conclusion of presentations? I know it's difficult with a couple of trustees not on video here to raise their hands, but I just want to make sure that we can hear full presentations or decide what we're going to do with questions or concerns as opposed to getting interrupted.
Thank you so much for that comment. So what I think we will do, we have 4 reports. And Chancellor, if you don't mind, I'd like you to give the report one at a time, and let's let him make his report without interruptions. Please write down your questions. And then after each report, I will go down the list. And if you have questions, you can ask the Chancellor at that time. That way we'll be able to get through the whole report and then get everyone's questions answered. And
so
then we'll
four rounds of questions?
Yes. So write down one question or at the most 2 questions for each report. The reports are going to be a COVID-19 update, a report on the framework for racial equity and social justice, an enrollment management report, and then a report on our board goal addressing student basic needs and student housing partnerships. So again, get out your computers, get out a pen and paper, be prepared to write down questions as you listen to the report, and then I will entertain questions at the end of each report. Is that okay with you, Chancellor?
It is. Let's begin.
All right, I might hide my camera just to make my internet a little faster. So
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll continue. And thank you so much, everybody, members of the board, colleagues throughout the district, others who are joining us this evening. I appreciate your time and your interest in LACCD. Let me start off before I give my formal reports to give my thanks once again to Trustee Vela and those who worked on the LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights, a tremendous opportunity for us to advance our equity agenda forward. And it's not just a statement of principles, but lots of action items that are contained within the Bill of Rights. So Trustee Vela, thank you. I wanted to acknowledge you again. It's part of my notes here because of tremendous leadership that you've provided. Also, in celebrating today's ceremonial presentation, if you will, of the signing ceremony, I wanted to thank our colleagues from the Faculty Guild for a job well done, and also to encourage this kind of continued cooperation and support and engagement as we move forward with the 5 other collective bargaining groups at LACCD. The process is well oiled and is something that we take a lot of pride in, how we treat and respect all those who work for and with LACCD. So, and then the last thing of sort of my introductory comments I wanted to point out, and I hope that you can see this. Let me take my video off for just a moment. Excuse me here for just a second. Here you go. I wanted to share this and what this is. This is a beautiful, if it looks like an Emmy Award, indeed it is. The National Academy of Television, Arts and Sciences, the San Francisco and Northern California chapter awarded this to the public station KVIE in Sacramento. It was last month before, for one of their programs that they produced that LACCD had something to do with. It was the category of Outstanding Achievement for Informational Instructional feature in a segment. And the board is well aware, and I want you all to be aware, that we participated and helped to support a series of 30-minute segments on community colleges. Throughout the California community colleges, they featured LA Southwest, LA Harbor in those particular segments and other ones of our programs. And this was the one on the 4-year baccalaureate degree program in which they featured indeed some of the work that we're doing at West Los Angeles. So for that particular feature, an Emmy was received this year. So they found it fitting to recognize the LA Community College District as a sponsor. And so I wanted to pass that along when I was able to pick that up in Sacramento during one of my journeys and wanted to bring that back to show everyone. So again, thank you for that. So I'll continue now with the reports as indeed was stated. So let me continue now with the COVID-19 update. And if Lupe, you could please, or Crystal, please bring up the slide. I wanted to just give some background on COVID-19. You know, September 19th of this year marked a 6-month milestone for this district. And our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center, our 9 colleges, and then the incident command centers at each college for our emergency response operations due to COVID-19. So just a few days later, the United States reached the grim milestone of more than 200,000 deaths due to COVID-19. So currently the totals stand over 211,000 deaths in the United States and about 7.5 million positive cases in the US. Now globally, according to some websites, reputable websites, there's over 1 million people who have died and more than just under 36 million positive cases recorded. The LA County's updated numbers as of a few days ago show a positive trend downward, but not yet sufficient or sustained to move the county out of the most restrictive tier 1, which is widespread status of this particular disease. The county currently shows about 276,000 positive cases with almost 6,700 deaths. So while both tracking data, if you will, the rates are going down for testing hospitalization, the challenge remains that the county's adjusted case rate is simply not low enough and it's preventing the county from moving out of a tier 1. So I wanted to make sure that everyone was indeed aware of that. You know, we have some very strict protocols that we're following that are put out for the institutes of higher education. There are about 80 institutions of higher education in Los Angeles County, and the public health department is very clear with their guidelines. And within those guidelines, the district has been able to conduct some limited in-person education for what is described as essential workforce education at the 9 colleges this fall semester. So just some examples of that are the aviation mechanics program at West LA, Farm Tech at LA Mission, the utility line program over at Trade Tech. Our nursing programs are just some examples, welding at Trade, just some examples of some of the limited education that we are allowed to move forward. To date, and with the excellent work of our colleges, our security, our others on campus, and our deans, our academic supports, professional classified staff, there's been no problems reported associated with the on-campus instructions, all operating under these very strict health and safety guidelines. However, we should know that there aren't any waivers or exemptions that are being granted by the Public Health Department for expansion of on-campus instruction. And our health officials who remain very close with, remain pretty adamant that our instruction and business operations should remain in remote learning and online platforms to the greatest extent possible. So because of that, and because of these facts, and in consultation with many people on this call and with others throughout the district, I notified all faculty and staff and students that instruction and support operations would remain online and remote through the winter session and through the spring 2021 semester. We'll continue to monitor that, and we'll continue to keep you posted on that. Thankfully, and with, again, the leadership of our district and colleges, we continue to do limited distributions, drive-through distributions of computers, bookstore supplies, and food for students, and allowing some escorted media access to the colleges on a very limited basis. Our computer distributions are over 16,000, with another same amount or so on the way throughout the semester, so that students can meet the guidelines and have the tools that they need to be successful in their courses. The drive-through COVID-19 test site at East LA College is now continued and scheduled through December of 2020. So we're very, very pleased about that. And we have had some flu shot clinics hosted at LA Southwest College in September. So that gives a little bit of the outline for what's going on related to COVID. And there's one more slide I think is on this. This is our Stay Safe campaign that is going on. You've seen that this is being pushed out through social media. Last slide, please. Our next steps moving forward, we will continue to support our colleges with the vote centers that occur at each of our institutions. I mentioned the winter session being remote and online. That begins in early January. We have ongoing marketing to ensure that students know that there are plenty of courses that are available to them. The second 8 weeks of instruction, we've bolstered that second 8 weeks to try to draw students in. And yeah, we do have to start planning through our EOC for this being much longer than spring 2021. I know it's not a very comforting thought at the moment, but prudence would suggest that we should plan for that in the eventuality that it might occur. So again, we'll be consulting with that process. And then lastly, we continue to have strong advocacy efforts, and I'll talk about those when we get to other subjects, strong fiscal oversight, and of course, the ordering of supplies to ensure that whomever is on each of our 9 colleges, that they are aware of the distancing protocols and are provided with the right equipment so that they can remain safe. So that concludes my report for the EOC and for the COVID. And Madam President, happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. I am going to go down the row. I'm going to start with our student trustee. Student trustee Geronimo, do you have any questions for the Chancellor on this report?
No, I'm okay. No questions.
Trustee Veras?
Yeah, thank you. Chancellor, thank you for the presentation. Wanted to ask a question. I know this is something that I've sent over to you in dialogue, and I know there continues to be continuing guidance from the county and from the state, but our facilities are often also utilized as leased spaces.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the county, for example, has issued guidance on everything from golf courses to swimming pools to playgrounds now that's come out from the state level. Not that we have any golf courses. I think we have some, I think we've gone past our days with driving ranges, but we do certainly have swimming pools that we've had lease agreements. We do certainly have ball fields. I know everything from ones that are on campus to off campus. how are we, or how are you approaching the sort of guidance that deals with schools and colleges and higher education? That is our principal guidance and space, with the fact that we've also been for the local community a place where we facilitated lease agreements, and there are guidances for that permit that activity to take place and happen here. So how are we approaching, and I know, and I've had an off the line conversation with you and President Hoffman, how do we balance out the fact that we're also community taxpayer facilities and that have engaged in these kinds of lease agreements in the outside community, and sometimes even in co-partnership with the county and the cities that our schools are in. But how are we going to approach this sort of what appears to be a little bit of a discrepancy between the guidance for universities and colleges and the guidance out there that deals with other kinds of facilities, specifically recreation facilities?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Vettis. Well, the balance at this point is tilted towards health and safety, which means limited and restricted access because of where LA County finds itself. However, you do point out a very interesting point, that there is some, if you will, discrepancy between how institutions of higher education are treated, which is pretty strict, and maybe other entities that have those kinds of public amenities. Our rules right now are incredibly strict, and it's having quite a bit of an impact on us. Our what we call dedicated revenue or rentals are way, way down. We could lose $7, $8, $9 million that we generate throughout the year with partnerships throughout the community. And we are public assets to our community. So it's not just the fiscal loss to our colleges and district, but also the loss of a community space, as you point out in your comments. So we will handle this when we have requests like this on a case-by-case basis, as we're doing now with the particular matter at one of our colleges, and try to put in the appropriate protocols and see if indeed we could, in the same way that we put in cases, made the case for those programs that I mentioned within the restricted guidelines to have essential infrastructure and those courses, we would do the same here. And we'll see what happens and if we could conform with the guidelines. So I would say it's strict, it's tilting towards health and safety, meaning no, but we will approach each one on a case by case.
And Chancellor, and thank you. I know one of the responses you gave me is Santa Monica College, for example, which has a partnership with the city of Santa Monica, has opened their aquatics facility. So they follow, because you have to enter through the college to get to this facility.
Right.
So the city operates the facility, but it's essentially housed on the campus. So there's a lot of interesting sort of challenges with the way that the guidances have come forward, and especially the ones that deal with like outdoor play and those kinds of activities. I think it's gonna we'll start to see the continuing request, and certainly on the revenue side, if the county and the state have laid a pathway for successful opening in those kinds of areas. Certainly I think we just need to make sure the guidance that's with us can understand that we've also been an entity that's leased facilities for those kinds of uses. And I would love to see them to be able to not just describe a playground or a sports field or an aquatic center or a pool, whatever. They have, for those who have seen the public guidance there's like every category has something, but to, potentially do a pool on a college facility kind of thing, because as that pressure comes forward, I would very much, want to make sure we do public health and follow those guidelines as strictly as we can, but to understand that there are potential discrepancies from the way that the other public facilities are allowed to open utilizing the guidance from the county public health and the state.
Our positivity cases are going down. So hopefully getting out of tier 1 will accelerate the discussion you're talking about.
Thank you. Trustee Fong, did you have any questions about the Chancellor's presentation?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chancellor, for the presentation. Thank you, Board President Hoffman. Just a couple quick questions. You mentioned some of the hard to convert classes. I want to just get a better sense as to, on the individual campuses and accounting protocols, are there additional hard to convert classes that have not yet been reinstituted? And if not, how can we get those reinstituted?
Yeah, well, the general answer is yes. The vast majority of our CTE programs are now working remotely. They're utilizing simulation software. We have purchased quite a bit of software to engage in those. So they're not ideal from the standpoint of what some of our faculty members have expressed, but it's what we have at the moment to come across the learning outcomes that each of those courses dictate. So we believe we have the full set right now of what we can do under the current guidelines. As the other health and safety requirements, as was mentioned earlier, start to become better or relax, if you will, then we'll be able to bring more courses back to a face-to-face environment. Our faculty have done an amazing job with their innovation, with the tools that they have in front of them. Our students have become increasingly resilient and are adapting to this learning as best that they can. As we've seen in some of the enrollment numbers, some have just opted out for the semester and are writing this out. But others who indeed are with us, we are ensuring that we have every mechanism in place to ensure that good learning, good teaching, good engagement, good support is going on. So that is what our dedication is right now. So it continues to be a work in progress, Mr. Fong, and I hope that list of hard to convert gets longer and longer and longer. But right now, the courses in the areas that I mentioned are about what we can handle under the current guidelines.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Trustee Vella, do you have any questions for the Chancellor?
Not questions. I mean, I do want to, I think President Hoffman, you and I both emphasize the importance of the voting centers. And so, making that community outreach component, for me, I think it's also about, having our students visit our campuses, so they don't forget, even if it's just to turn in their ballot, it's just, I think, a feel-good event. So I look forward to letting folks know, and then also any type of outreach. Thank you.
Yeah, the voting center is alive and well as a drop box at each one of our 9 colleges. And we're still very much engaged in civic engagement, and these last days pushing the census as well.
Great, thank you. Dr. Buelna.
No, very good information. Thank you.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes, this is related to this subject, but Chancellor, did you have an inventory of how many buildings we shut down and are shutting down in order to save the energy costs throughout the district, since most of these are vacated? There must be a tremendous cost to the college to keep open large buildings as we have, and all the air conditioning needs and cleaning needs. Have you done anything to save dollars relative to that side of the house?
Yes, we have. And for those buildings that are not used, we're sanitized and there's essentially sheltered, and there's restricted access to them. And
could you come up with a list for us to see whether, what building being shut down in order for us to get a handle on it? And that could be moving faculty and staff to other buildings that are occupied to minimize the cost to each campus.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm happy to follow up with that. I don't have that at my fingertips, but we have in many cases sheltered or shuttered buildings that are not in use for those savings. In other cases, we've kept the systems moving and flowing as normal because that's how the equipment operates and that's how it sustains its longevity, and that's how it.
Maybe you can give us a list and a summary of what's going on out there.
Happy to do that, sir.
Thank you.
That's it. All right.
Thank you. Mr. Swankin.
Thank you. Chancellor, I wanted to check in because we had a long conversation at the very beginning of the pandemic about a plan for reopening. And while we don't have a specific date, it would be very helpful to engage every constituency on plans for reopening once it's safe. And it would be great if the board could see that plan, because we've not seen any of the plans. And I'm very concerned about not being open and, we have to be open and transparent with all the constituents so they're not afraid to come back to campus when we reopen, that they know what the guidelines and rules will be, what the priorities of the district are, the values, those things. And, we're going to have to market. We're going to have to tell people publicly through every, means possible. And so it'd be really great to see a plan, because with the decline in enrollment, we're facing challenges going forward in the future. And we never got, I've never seen a detailed plan about how we're going to market, how we're going to explain that. So that's my first request. My second one is, the counties, and this piggybacks some other board members' concerns. The counties and the state, I think, are allowing libraries to reopen at some point. So there may be one of the discussions we should have as a board and with the county health folks is if libraries can be reopened to make it easier on our students, even if we can only allow a few in, throughout the day, we should discuss, because this board talks about putting students first, but if we don't make available our facilities, like our libraries or other areas where they might need a safe place to study, I think we need a plan on that, because we may not want to just accept the fact that the state and the county say, well, you're higher ed. Well, yes, we're higher ed, but as board members have talked about, we're libraries, we're baseball fields, we're soccer fields, we're a part of the community in a way. And the Board of Supervisors knows this, and they've made some decisions to allow, for some more thoughtful review on certain items. So if you could look at how do our students want to come back and use the library, and how could we do that safely, even if we don't reopen the entire campus? And then finally, I'm really concerned that the economy, as it affects our students and the community we serve, has been so devastated that I would like to ask the board, either today or in the future, and maybe we don't have to direct the chancellor, but I think it's our job as board members to lead on these things, is I think we should direct every college to look at using open space. We have arrangements with Film LA and other groups, and I don't see it. I know it's not safe to have people indoors, like sitting in a classroom for 3 hours at a time, that may not be safe. But the industry that drives LA's economy, the film industry, we should look at, can we accommodate them in open space where since we're not using our colleges in many ways, could we allow use of certain areas for filming, because that will help our decline in, we just heard potentially $9 million in lost revenue. Well, this is potential revenue and it's potential jobs, and we really should be good partners and stewards of not only our fiscal health, but of helping the rest of the community. And we have partnerships with IATSE at West LA, and their members, a lot of them have been out of work. And so if we could, Chancellor, look at, are there areas that are huge, like a stadium or a huge field or the quad, where we could allow filming and it could be done safely? Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. And I have a comment also. Thank you for the presentation, Chancellor. It was excellent. I do want to caution this board. We use language like we are closed. We are very much open. We are open for business. We want the public to know that we have classes, we are serving students. As a matter of fact, students have reported better interactions with their faculty members and their student services professionals like counselors and others in this remote environment. So I want to make sure that we sort of change the narrative. We're not closed. Our physical campuses may not be fully open and not open to students or the public, but we are very much open and we are very much ready, willing, and able to serve students. The other thing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chancellor, I do know that Some of those restrictions for filming were just lifted, and I think there's a proposal that was put in, I heard about it, for some filming at Pierce College. So all of those ideas that you threw out there, Mr. Swankin, and what Trustee Veras brought up are very much in the works right now, some of them, at least with regard to filming. And then I have one request, Chancellor, so that, can you hold up that Emmy again?
Yes. Let me take off my background so you can see it.
Congratulations to all of us. It's great. So what's the plan? Do I get it next? Or does it, like, do we get to rotate?
Sure. A little while. Sure. That's beautiful. Yeah, you can put in your background right there. It looked kind of nice.
Good. Thank you. And thank you for your report.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Would you like me to move on to item 2?
Yes. Are you okay? Do you need a break, or are you
No,
fine?
let's do it. Let's keep going. No, I'm perfectly fine, and thank you. Let's move here. And this is a shorter report. It's a verbal report. I wanted to give an update on the framework for racial equity and social justice. I will continue to do this on a monthly basis to extract maybe pieces of the framework that are now being operationalized. I gave a report already on the advisory committee for Black, African American, and Student Affairs committee. I'm proud to be working with an excellent talent within LACCD, and we'll do some good work there. I also want to recognize each of the colleges. They're engaged in quite a bit of work at the campus level with pushing, forwarding, engaging students, faculty, staff, administration on the racial equity agenda at each of the colleges. Again, the framework that was provided district-wide that the board supported was not meant to supplant those activities, but indeed to accelerate them. So I want to recognize the colleges for having forums, teach-ins, speaker series, formal committees that have been set up to advance the racial equity agenda, and also the colleges that are reviewing their equity plans, which is one of the major vehicles to move the needle on student success for African American students and other groups that have shown not to perform as well. I also wanted to recognize, and this is the last thing I'll recognize today, is action item 1. If you look at it very closely, it talks about the creation of a district-wide race equity and inclusion human resources work group to bolster the focus and work of HR, the Personnel Commission, of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and also the District EEO Advisory Committee. So looking at that in consultation with many, what I'd like to do is charge the District EEO Advisory Committee to amplify its membership, to expand its charge, and review all district policies and practices. And these will be a review aimed at identifying the structural and systemic barriers to recruitment, the hiring, the onboarding, the supervision and promotion of historically underrepresented and marginalized communities, with an emphasis on the historical barriers for African American and Black employees. So I wanted to announce that, if you will, that we do have a body that is in place that has the tenets with some amplification to do that work. That group will meet in a couple of weeks. I will go there to charge the group, if you will. And it's I expect excellent work to come. But those are the experts in our district, throughout our district, that engage in this policy work. And the idea that EEO could come together with the Personnel Commission, with HR, with ODI, I mean, that's a really powerful group that is, I think, importantly moving forward. So again, that's my report. I just wanted to give an update on those sort of touch points where we're operationalizing the framework for racial equity. And it's a framework, by the way, that's been shared statewide, been used by as a framework for many, many other colleges and some four-year universities as helping to tout language constructs for moving their agenda forward. So I'm very proud of that and the good work that was put in earlier this summer. And thank you for your support of that. And Madam Chair, happy to respond to any questions on the racial equity framework.
If there are no questions, I think the enrollment update is probably something.
Trustee Hoffman, I had my blue hand up.
Go ahead.
All right, did you see my blue hand? I just want to make sure.
Me?
I could see it.
Okay.
Oh,
I
President Hoffman.
yes.
Thank you.
All right. Chancellor, when is the Committee on Ethnic Studies going to be formed?
It'll be formed this month. I'm meeting informally soon with a smaller group of ethnic studies faculty just to kind of get a sense of shaping some ideas, and then a call out to our folks will be made this month. And then I also will be consulting with Dr. Echeverry related to the role of curriculum, which is the purview of the Academic Senate. So I will be working in tandem with them to make sure that we follow process. But yeah, it'll be my informal conversations start soon, and the formal pieces will come out this month.
Will faculty with an ethnic studies expertise be given leadership?
Leadership from the standpoint of being part of
guiding, because the ethnic studies has a tradition, as you know, groups, organizations, what's called the certificates, the degrees. I just want to make sure that you know, and there are folks that don't know anything about ethnic studies. So ethnic studies, you know, it's important for folks to understand ethnic studies is not new at all. And folks that have an expertise, and to make sure that the district is equitably and proportionally represented in those discussions.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. In fact, I see your question. I'm going to be leaning on them to help guide and lead the conversation. Absolutely. Yeah, they're the discipline experts. So I would hope that they would bring something to the table and help to shape the conversation. Oh, absolutely.
As a follow-up to that, we brought up the ethnic studies requirement in IESS. And I think it was back in October, November. I think Chairman Fong, I'm not sure if you can correct me on that. You know, but it didn't receive a good reception at that point, because it's important folks to understand. Am I correct, Chancellor? Do you remember that?
I do. Well, there was a process question. There was additional, from what I recall, not necessarily an issue with the idea, but engagement in process. So that's what we're doing now. And
right, I just want to make sure that it moves forward, because when we brought it up, it was, you know, it was rebuffed. It didn't move forward. And you know, we've articulated, and there are folks in the district that have an expertise in the different ethnic studies. But thank you very much for your responses.
Trustee Veras.
Sounds good. Thank you. Chancellor, in terms of this update, and I know this is sort of presumptuous, but I guess we'll know in the next 4 weeks, has the committee considered potentially the impact of Prop 16 to its discussions in terms of probably for us in our level, it's most specifically related to employment, as we have a pretty generous and open policy for students enrolling.
Yes.
But I wanted to sort of understand if that conversation came up, and if the conversation came up, if Prop 16 doesn't pass, what that means, because certainly there's an impact there. And then finally, I think I wanted to also ask the question about meeting students at their needs. And I know there's lots of students that have expressed a level of frustration, and they're multi-sectional in terms of their experiences. You know, we're now having, you know, sort of the hybrid culture, hybrid race. How are we approaching, you know, sort of that, and how, you know, because I don't think we can use sort of the classic constructs in every given situation. And it's Los Angeles. There's lots of spaces where it's blended. There's lots of places where it's concerned. You know, I know last night, or actually I should say a couple of nights ago, there was a trans Latino that was beaten at MacArthur Park very violently. You know, where you have, you know, and if you look at the appearance of the person, darker skin colored, obviously with sexuality at the forefront here, but how is the committee sort of addressing any of those types of issues that are coming up? And if they're not, you know, is there a way to interject the fact that students are coming from all kinds of places right now?
yes, thank you. Good questions. Good questions, deep questions as we start thinking about, you know, unpacking each of those. The Prop 16 would essentially undo Proposition 209, which prohibits the use of race and gender on university admissions, on public contracting, and on public hiring. So clearly, two of those three, we would be significantly impacted if indeed we had Prop 16 passed that would provide us additional tools for our HR departments, personnel, and our other units that engage with, in this case, personnel or public contracting. We could be explicitly request and use that information as part of the criteria. Right now, it cannot be used. So that will be the work indeed of this EEO advisory committee that I just spoke about earlier. We've not had full conversations to date on what the impact is if indeed Prop 16 passes or it doesn't. It'll be implemented, I suspect, if it does pass come January 1, I understand. So we'll have a better sense, come November, whether that occurs or not. But for us, our general perception is that the part about the self-identification, to your second question, that is self-reported, and that's the information that we have. You can't force that information on an individual. There is no formal biracial category, as I understand, but there is an other category where people can sort of write in. And I think your notion of more employees and more students who are biracial with multiple identities, if you will, more than just the traditional ones, is true, particularly here in Los Angeles. So how this law, if indeed it passes, unstripping the effects of 209 impacts that population remains to be seen. I think it's something we're all in higher education, in the public works, and in university admissions paying attention to. Lots of speculation, but the idea would be that this would open up more opportunity for said groups who have been excluded from Prop 209. The idea is that those groups that have been historically underrepresented in higher education through public contracting and through hiring in public agencies, that there would be an opening, an amplification, a growing number of diverse hires, a growing number of public contractors who come from quote unquote minority backgrounds, and university admissions that would be higher with respect to a proportion of students who have been historically underrepresented. So that is the reason for the proposition, because we know what it's done without those tools. We've not seen gains in university admissions that is proportionate to the gain of people of color in California. We've not seen gains in public contracting that is commensurate with the population of California. We've not seen those. And we've not seen gains necessarily in having the racial and ethnic diversity of our faculty, of our staff, our administrators, that represents the rich breadth and diversity of our students. We've not seen major gains over the last 25 years since 1996 and before then, before Proposition 209. So the idea is that this would be additional tools that could be used to diversify our faculty, staff, students, and to allow for more work to be given to those communities, if you will, that qualify as women-owned or minority-owned businesses. Long answer, but an important one.
Thank you so much, Chancellor, for that very thoughtful answer and very thoughtful presentation.
Okay.
All right, we are on to
okay. Let's keep going.
Enrollment.
Okay. All right. So let me get out my note here. So this really emerged from the budget committee that you chaired, Madam President, a couple of weeks ago. And the question was asked, where administrative responsibility lies for enrollment management at the district because of its centrality. So important. It touches essentially every aspect of our organization. And to discuss in particular what administration role is in enrollment management. So that's what we'll try to draw on today and give some explanation. And I'm inviting Dr. Corner to join me in this conversation. The issue of institutions finding recruitment and retention of students it become increasingly challenging. The last several years with the stronger economy, but especially now in a COVID environment. So what is enrollment management? It's been a term of art and a term that's been used for 30, 40 years. And it's more than just admissions, who walks through the door. It influences policy, it influences our practice. It's central to the well-being of this institution of LACCD. To give you an idea, effective enrollment management can provide some stability and predictability into the planning. So the question as to who's responsible, how do you work together, how does this, how do we keep an eye on this as members of the board is a good question, is the right question. The goal of effective enrollment management is to have increased efficiency and impact, or effectiveness, if you'd like, in meeting both the students' individual educational goals and our institutional goals. It's comprehensive, it's targeted, it's continuously updated, and it informs our enrollment management policies, our admissions policies, our support retention policies, if you will. It involves, as you will see now, and we've evolved over time, analytics, strategic planning, of course. And when you look at this holistically, it studies very, very carefully student college, if you will, interactions from student applying to onboarding to their connections, if you will. It develops enrollment targets as we do every single year. It monitors the performance systems and those systems that monitor performance, if you will. It has longitudinal tracking that you could see as exercised in our strategic district strategic plan. It identifies areas of student behavior where institutional understanding is weak. So it points out weaknesses in our system, in this continuity of when a student says, I want to enroll at one of our colleges, by the time they get their degree in their hand. There's a lot of touch points all the way through. So it examines that. It integrates the research into our enrollment management policy. And of course, it uses data, promotes the continuous improvement of data analysis and policy. So in concluding here, enrollment management is influenced by who we serve, the size of our institution. It helps to shape our organization. We're influenced by the characteristics of our particular student body. It directs student marketing and things like recruitment, student support, orientation, our first year experiences, financial aid, academic and career advising, institutional research, our student retention, tutoring, our dream resource centers, our Moja programs. In other words, it's incredibly comprehensive if you look at this. So I want to give a context to enrollment management and then try to delineate in a single slide. And Dr. Bull, I know you and I have had some conversations on this topic. I know you like powerful, substantive, single slides. So this is for you, where in this Venn diagram, where we're talking about what the district is generally responsible for, and what the colleges are responsible for, and where they overlap. What are those activities that are shared practices where we sort of both are responsible for enrollment and management. So you can see the district is clearly responsible for the leadership and planning for our district-wide target settings, to monitor, to support budgets to our colleges, to develop parameters, to identify district-wide strategies. For example, when we identified our district-wide strategies of college promise, adult education, online learning, dual enrollment, we established those in consultation, of course, with our college partners, but those have been the 4 pillars of our strategic enrollment management plan for several years now. Our enterprise systems that support our colleges, if you will, and then the degree audit system that we have. The colleges in the far right, you can see there, they're the ones who make the schedule, not the district. They develop their local college strategies, they assign their budgets, and they assign their instructors. We don't do that here at the district. They develop and map out their programs. They create courses through the faculty. They engage in local outreach and recruitment of students in their service areas. And they monitor the success efforts through their equity scorecards and whatnot. So those, so you could see kind of the delineation of district versus the campus work. And then what are the shared responsibilities? Marketing activities, attendance accounting, we do that together. CCAP agreements are the dual enrollment partnerships that we have with our local school districts. Financial aid, we have a central financial aid unit. The Los Angeles College Promise is shared. And of course, our work around AB 705 is something that is shared. And we've seen evidence of that over the last couple of years. With that, Dr. Corner, let me invite you. We only have a handful of
slides.
Okay, I know. But the first one was for you. Let me ask Dr. Corner. I only have a handful here. If sort of talk to us, and I thought it was important to talk about this evolution of enrollment management at LACCD. So if you could walk us through this, that would be very helpful. Then we'll open it up for any questions that the board might have. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Bono, I'll be brief, I promise. Previously, the way we did enrollment management, where there were district set targets that then every college had to achieve. For the most part, what we would see is these targets just aligned with whatever the state growth target was or whatever the workload reduction was. This was problematic for two reasons. Number one, it didn't align with the incoming student-centered funding formula, and it also didn't allow for the diversity of abilities within the colleges to grow certain amounts. We've seen over the history of the last few years that some colleges have been able to grow extraordinarily, and others have struggled a little bit more. And we wanted to make sure that colleges had that opportunity. While in the past, we still did have this focus on dual enrollment, non-credit, and the promise, and we've seen results in that, we wanted something that was more concrete as a shared strategy moving forward. So in our current state and where we have our current enrollment plan is that we do district modeling that is based on data analytics and appropriate ratios based on the student-centered funding formula. Each type of enrollment leads to different and varying budget scenarios related to enhanced non-credit, credit, and what they generate. And you'll see that different colleges have different ratios. And so working each college towards a ratio that maximizes its ability to serve its community and also its ability to generate the revenue needed to support the students it has been important. We now have integrated analytics, and we have a set of shared strategies where we across the district are all working off the same playbook, if you will. If we go to the next slide, very briefly, the way we plan forward are in these three key areas: student responsive scheduling, re-engaging opportunity adults, and in end-to-end student experience, which is that customer service factor that I know the board has talked so much about. In terms of student responsive scheduling, we're looking towards changing our enrollment targets to be based on the actual data and the growth areas that we look at, and we've achieved that, and also enhancing data utilization. We've actually been able to use student educational plans to predict enrollment behaviors with students, and that's an area that we want to grow in, and an area that really overlaps the student services fields with what we see in the academic side of the house. We are also looking to making our scheduling be more programmatic in intent. Historically, we've scheduled classes, but not necessarily programs. And students deserve a predictable schedule where they know if they engage in a program, how long it will take them and when those courses will be offered. And so we're looking at more of a year-round enrollment process that is focused on short-term and sequential type courses that are planned programmatically so that students, including working adults, can achieve their goals more quickly. Lastly, with end-to-end student experience, largely that rests on our implementation of guided pathways, which is not just about enrollment, but about the entire student experience and the way that we negotiate students through the different points of their academic career, from onboarding all the way to when they shake a trustee's hand on the graduation stage. The last slide is just that in more details. We've completely aligned, that's what the numbers are for, with the district strategic plan to have specific strategies that every college has agreed to that will produce specific results in terms of different enrollment categories. And these are things that we track as part of our weekly and also as part of our quarterly reports with the colleges, and we expect growth in the different areas depending on which strategy is being implemented. So I'll leave it at that brief, and Chancellor, I'll pass off back to you and the board president and engage in any questions you see fit.
Okay, thanks. Please hang on. Madam President, that concludes our prepared remarks for this topic, and happy to engage in conversation with the board.
Thank you, and thank you for the excellent presentation. I have a question about something, but I will allow my colleagues to ask questions first. And just one comment, Dr. Corner. I don't think people are going to be shaking hands anymore at graduation, so we're going to have to think of something else to do. A big thumbs up, a bump. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go down the list. Student trustee Geronimo, do you have any questions or do you have any comments about this enrollment plan? Or the enrollment presentation, I should say.
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Veras?
Yeah, thank you. You know, I had a article, and I think a few of us were on the email thread from the New York Times the other day that essentially talked about community colleges as an important key for economic recovery. And, you know, part of that actually was the comparison to for-profit schools. And, you know, and it got me thinking, and obviously looking into some of the things over the years that we've been challenged with when it comes to for-profit schools. But there's generally like three areas where they're incredibly good at. And I'm going to bring this comparison of for-profit schools because actually in this time of pandemic, and I haven't seen the latest statistics, certainly they're indicating that they have an uptick in enrollment. And for whatever reasons those are, you know, whether it's because they're, you know, focused on sort of a short-term training program in fields that are in desperate need, like, you know, medical, pharmacy, et cetera, tech areas, computer programming spaces, because of the sort of the immediate nature of the market switched and how those areas are working. Obviously a switch away from hospitality and into some of these targeted areas. But it's been sort of put out there consistently that they certainly advertise much more. They market their product in ways that we have never come close to. You know, they are extremely convenient. That's part of the marketing tool that they use. They market their convenience and they market their flexibility. And the convenience and flexibility are the things that, you know, sort of elevates the product above the product that we're at. You know, look, we're all budget strapped. So I think it's, you know, sort of challenging to think that we're going to be able to sort of hit the budget numbers they do. Some of their schools land in the top, you know, 50 advertisers in America, you know, every industry combined. But what they are marketing is, and this is what's key, they are marketing convenience and flexibility. And beyond just the degree and the hope and, you know, here's how to survive kind of, you know, message. It really is about creating class opportunity or course opportunities and class schedules around working family schedules. And that's, I think, something that we still continued. You know, I'm looking as I'm saying this, you know, we have our set strategy of student responsive scheduling. You know, we had talked about sort of opportunities to, you know, re-engage, but the reality is that as the competition is beyond us, they're fierce, they're aggressive, they market it, they get there, and in the end, they leave those students with a bunch of debt. And that's the sad part about what they offer. Whereas we're not doing the marketing and we're not marketing the flexibility and the convenience. You know, you know, we've had a few proposals over the years. I know there's always been, you know, a handful of folks that have wanted to do a specific outreach program or whatever, but there's been years when the district sort of completely denied outreach and just haven't done it in any kind of, you know, maximized marketing way. But you know, when you do and advertise it and you do put it out there and you market it, it actually has to be real. You know, when you go and I've experimentally myself with my daughter during time explored some of these spaces. They will chase you. They will hunt you down for the degree program. They will remind you the next cohort starts this week. And I've been absolutely amazed having a college age student in my household to see the kind of marketing and the kind of dogged persistence there is in that for-profit sector. And those are just examples of stuff. If we're going to thrive as an institution, we just have to understand that that's where it's at and bring down the ultimate equalizer, which is we're not putting you in debt. We're not putting you in debt. And that's the big difference. But all the flexibility and the convenience, all those things are things that we can do. We may not be able to do the budget marketing wise, but we can do the flexibility and the convenience. And I think a lot more, whether we're going to call it student responsive scheduling or just looking at the short-term programs that we offer that are, aligned with the needs of the economy right now. Those are all things about being convenient and being nimble in the challenging market. So, I don't necessarily have questions. I just wanted to point out that difference, and it is coming up there, and we have an opportunity to position ourselves as part of economic recovery, but it's really going to take, understanding, what appeals to the students in the marketplace right now, because as we're seeing our decline, certainly the competitors that put them in debt are seeing an increase. And there are things connected to that.
Thank you. Trustee Wellner, you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. So Chancellor and Vice Chancellor Coroner, I want to thank you. The presentation was excellent. I'm not going to stop there. And the public should know that for this presentation, we had a long discussion for about an hour and a half. Correct, Chancellor?
That's correct.
About some of this, and being on the IESS side and on the budget side, I was able to see both, and I do believe that this has been theoretically articulated, and that's very important. You have to have that theoretical framework before you get into the monitoring component and all of that. I think putting this, because ultimately this is a Board of Trustees meeting, and the public here gets a sense of what we're asking, how we're representing the public's interest in that. So in saying that, this part that you did is very important, but ultimately as a board, in order to have very good budget meetings, what I mean by good budget meetings is to make sure that our income is sufficient to run the district, we have to have good enrollment meetings. And how we as a district. So as I'm looking at this, what I haven't seen, maybe I missed it, but I don't think so, right? Because this is very important. Again, just kudos to you guys for what you did. What I haven't seen though is, and if that's following up or if that's coming, that would be a good thing, is a clear monitoring system for how this methodology is or will be implemented. I mean, the reality is that we as a board, for instance, we know that Ms. Gordon understands where everything is at. She's monitoring, the campuses have their budgets. However, at the district level, the district is monitoring to make sure that at the end of the day, our budgets have to balance. And I think as we're seeing here, the monitoring, this is basically what you're giving is the rules. What we haven't seen, and to be fair, that might be coming up, is how is the monitoring system for us to be able to review how this is being implemented. As an example, in the fall of 2021, I'm assuming that the process of enrollment, where we're going to reach, everything that you just said, the research, has to begin now, for that process. And it would be good for the board, in very clear tracking mechanisms to understand, how West Los Angeles College, I'm going to pick on West LA again. No reason, Jim, I'm just picking on you. What are they planning to do? What is their exact strategy on how they're going to reach folks that are not being reached, that they should have been reached, lessons learned, and how is the district staff helping with that process, and how does that information get fed to us? Not to micromanage, but to know that when we get into fall of 2021, that we have a good budget meeting. You get what I mean?
I do. Okay, thank you for that. Yes. Can I go ahead, finish, and then
okay,
I'll.
yeah, the last point is that, so part of the discussion here is for why the request for this, for all of our colleagues to basically say, what do you want to see as a board of trustee? What do you need to see in order to monitor, not to guide it, not to judge it, but to monitor in order to see that things aren't going awry? And we do that in the budget scenario, but we cannot have a healthy LACCD without this component being very strong. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Buona. Very well stated and clear. The IESS committee has been typically the area where we cut up some of this information. But let me ask Dr. Corner, just for the standpoint of this report, that to give a couple of examples of how we monitor enrollments as a district, the tools, the infrastructure that we have in place, and if there are additional ways that the board can feel more informed, better about its role in monitoring enrollment, that we're absolutely happy to hear that. So Dr. Corner, give us what we talk about: analytics, investments, those sorts of things. Give us a snapshot, please.
Absolutely. And Trustee Buona, I think that's an important question about how the board would like to see the information. And certainly if there's ways we can do that better, we're looking forward to hearing what the board has to say. What I will say as far as working with the colleges, we have different touch points. We do our daily reporting, which is more global. But we also do weekly reporting, which gets down to the exact details of where their targets were set at the non-credit enhanced, the K through 12 concurrent enrollment, and also on the success side and equity side related to processing of financial aid, AB 540, and promise grants. Those weekly reports come out to everyone at the college level so that they can engage in those discussions. We then also mimic and actually do it in partnership, quarterly meetings with the budget staff. And so the very same mechanisms that you mentioned as far as the evaluation and tracking of the budget occur on the attendance accounting side and on the enrollment management side as well. In fact, it's the same meeting. We meet and we spend an hour discussing enrollment and management, and then we transition and spend an hour with each college speaking about their budgets, because the two do go hand in hand. It's at those points that we have a lot of the collective discussions and learn about where different colleges are struggling and where we can assist one another. In addition to that, we do have separate operational meetings for the key areas that these overlap in. We have a district-wide meeting with our adult ed deans every month, which speak about these issues as it relates to enrollment in those key categories, and that has been a challenge in COVID. Adult education has been particularly challenging, and so those conversations have been well suited. We do the same with our CTE deans. We do the same with our VPs of instruction and student services. And in fact, with the VPs of instruction and student services in the COVID era, we've been meeting weekly to discuss these things. At each of these meetings, we can analyze exactly what is going on at the level of where their targets were set and see if there needs to be adjustment. How that trickles up to the board, I'd be glad to take some information as far as what the board's interest in seeing is, and we can present that at IESS in that format.
Thank you, Dr. Corner. Trustee Buona, did that answer your question?
No. Well, by the way, you asked me, I was going to stay silent. Yeah. But here's what I would say to the Chancellor and to Vice Chancellor Coroner, is that you should also be prodding us as to how we need to see that data in order to feel comfortable, because we have to report back to the public. So, just like a Chancellor, I think we spent about half an hour on keeping your one chart simple, right? So whatever monitoring mechanism needs to occur, we need to be able to monitor in a simple way in order to make sure, because if something is going wrong, I think you had Dr. Lee at Harvard who said, we didn't see how the hybrids were going, right? we want the system to be able to catch those errors before they get to us.
Right.
And to make it very painful for stuff not to be fixed before it gets to us. So you should be prodding us specifically, hey, is this information, right, good enough for you to monitor, representatives of the public? But also, how are you guys pushing yourselves internally to make it simple? The 3 E's in social work: effective, efficient, with the least amount of effort. I still remember that from social work school.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, good guidance on that.
I have several blue hands up. Trustee Vella.
Thank you, President Hoffman. I'll be brief for the sake of time. I come from the old school, community organizing world of, I was an organizer for Hermandad Mexicana, and then worked for Supervisor Molina for 10 years, where I organized East Los Angeles. And I really believe in the power of community. But, times are changing and technology is increasingly becoming important. And so as we look at these different ways of outreaching into our different college communities, we really have to be, very critical on where technology fits in, a lot more than we would probably ever imagine. Students are coming from, many generations, but mostly from the younger generation as well. And so, I do want to, just hopefully staff, can come up with, as we move along, and keep a separate column that, we can put in a parking lot, technology and ways that we can move forward to be able to, outreach into the masses. And, I think that we will always be proud of, our presidents that, go to the city council meetings and say hello, and in the cities they serve. That's all great. I want us to continue to do that. As a matter of fact, I encourage each president to do that to the cities that they serve, some of the colleges that have smaller cities. But again, it really is about, being in with the community and also utilizing technology. And I gotta tell you, I delivered an iPad to my grandmother who's 92 just today, believe it or not, before the board meeting. And she's using it, and she's keeping up through Facebook, and due to COVID, we can't see her. So now we're gonna FaceTime her. So, it's really important that we continue to really have that in the back of our heads while we move forward with the outreach strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Fong.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Chancellor and Mr. Vice Chancellor, for the presentation. And enrollment is something that we're going to be continuing to talk about today, tomorrow, next week, the weeks after. And this is something we're very keenly focused on. And with my colleagues, we're very much having this at every IESS meeting. And I know that's something that when we look at a district-wide approach, when I looked at the slides, I like the Venn diagram also. So thanks for putting that together. But I think in terms of shared, we should also have, like, I see outreach and recruitment under the college category, but I think that's everybody. That maybe, yes, it's under college, but yes, it should be under shared or district-wide, because that's something that's happening everywhere. And I want to also get a better understanding of how our PIOs are working together to partner with the city, to partner with the county, to amplify our messages out there. I know our advocates have gotten our information out into a lot of different social media outlets over the last few months, but as Mr. Vela said, there's a lot more that we can do, that we should do. And I would love to look to Trustee Elias and the students in terms of, like, how do they want to be reached? How best do they communicate now? Whether it's, Facebook tends to be an older medium for folks that maybe students don't use as much now. It's maybe more other platforms that we have to market on. So I think we should be reaching out students on all different platforms in terms of the enrollment. And I know recently with some of the educational master plans that we approved, how do we make sure that our programs, and Mr. Vetta's reference to the New York Times article, but making sure our career technical education programs and our short-term certificate programs, as we come out of this pandemic, And as eventually, whether it's next spring or beyond, whenever we're able to open both of our hard to convert classes back in automotive and welding, and I want to see how we can also work with the county also to possibly see if it's safe to operate those classes again. Because from what I understand, that the welding and some of the hard to convert classes is something that I know some students might be interested in, and we should, if it's possible to do it in a safe environment, that we should look into the protocols and how, as we position ourselves in the economic recovery. I know we're at 90% right now, but it's really something that everyone's focused on, the faculty, staff, administration, and all the presidents and leadership. So as we engage the communities, let us know how we can amplify those messages as well in reaching out to folks. So we'd like to get a better sense going forward as to our technical education and making sure that our curriculum meets the needs of industry. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Fall. Mr. Moreno.
Yes, I guess I'm, the old man of the group here. I've kind of been hammering home on this subject for quite a long time. This meeting could be very short. All we have to do is print the enrollment statistics for the last 5 years, and the downward decline is quite evident. So Dr. Corner's presentation reminds me of how good the district is in defining how much water there is in the boat before we sink. It's that they're very good at identifying statistics. It gives us information, and we spend a lot of time talking about it over cups of coffee. But here's the issue, is that it's not working, and there should be some accountability for its failure. We are declining each and every year. And believe me, we have had money diverted towards recruitment and advertisement and phenomenal amounts of money. We've also spent a lot of money in trying to implement our IT program to meet the needs and changing needs of our students. But it is not working. So whatever this glorious discussion was and, rosy view of the world relative to how many hours we met on the topic, it's not resulting in any product. And that's the bottom line for me. You can spend hours and hours telling me what you've been doing and talking about it and how many hours you spent in each topic. But the end result of the day is no better than it was when you started, and worse, I might add. And that's the bottom line. We're worse on record. So I think we have to come to grips here. There has to be a priority made from the top on down, but I mean not just verbal. There has to be activity. And it has to involve an entire full court press. The bottom line is we can't continue to decline. We're gonna run out of business. So what have we done wrong? We have to find out what we've done wrong. And I don't think an effort is made in that regard. Everyone seems to be doing such a wonderful job, but they're not doing wonderful jobs if things are going downward as they are. And we have been flexible in the past, and we can be in the future. But most people don't even know what that means. So when we have a leadership problem, in my opinion, it is a leadership problem, because when you tell a college that your number one priority is recruitment and enrollment growth, all aspects of your institution has to be dedicated to it. Everyone, including the custodial staff, knowing full well that you have to keep a clean campus. And your IT people have to meet the immediate demands that student has, that there's a friendly face, that everywhere you look, it's a commitment, not just a statement on high. So we haven't done our homework. It's obvious. We should go back and check out our systems. I have more than once been informed by students and others who, when I ask, they leave this district to go to Santa Monica, or they go to some other school, you name it, a number of them. They said, well, I couldn't get into your computer. I couldn't get into your line. They didn't respond to my enrollment. Now, I don't know how much of that is going on now, but at one point there was problems. It actually created the environment in some ways that we're in now, but we are declining. Let us never forget that. There's nothing to celebrate here. However, there is something to be celebrated about the commitment the faculty made and others to try to shift over in a very brief period of time to this online instruction. No question about that. That's an extraordinary accomplishment. However, with that accomplishment, we have to be true to our staff and do everything we can to make certain that we are doing everything right relative to recruitment. And I don't want to hear this. I mean, honestly, as one board member, I don't want to hear that we didn't have enough money. We had a lot of money. We're spending money on administrative staff everywhere. So many vice chancellors walking around, I can't keep track of them. We have lots of money. We're spending it. And we've been spending a lot of money, which I pointed out a number of times, marketing, recruitment. I thought we spent $4 million recently. But anyways, it's not working. And in spite of all these rosy reports, it's not working. And I think somebody has to go in and find out what we're doing wrong and have to fix it. And so far, I haven't heard anybody do that or correct it. Now, I want to make sure, you know what, folks, I'm going to say this. If I was the president of a college, this is a tough board to work for. And I'm sure the chancellor agrees. This is a pretty tough board to work for because we can be all over the place on different agendas, and we are difficult. However, in this instance, we have to get all behind the fundamental principle is that our bread and butter is enrollment. And no flowery take on all this, please, because it's insulting after a while. So I think I'd like to see if this is an agenda item. Let's see the results. Let's see where we are from day to day. Where are we with regard to enrollment? And no, I don't want any promises of what you might do in terms of planning. Clearly, whatever plans you've undertaken in the last 5 years are meaningless because at the end of the day, we're declining. So I don't want to be so brutal. However, we have to be. I'm really worried about this ship sinking. And, you know, we're captains. We can't have it sink underneath us. And we're heading in that direction, I'm afraid, unless we get a hold of this thing. I don't know if that was a question. However, in the future, I think we need to have less flowery assumptions and more data in what's happening at the classroom level. You know, can we be flexible? Of course we can. We had Friday night, Saturday night classes. We had programs that were different that fed the needs of our community. We had in-face recruitment at the high schools. Now, clearly can't do that now, today, at this moment. However, there are things we can do. We have to be more aggressive about personal recruitment. So that's my statement from afar. Forgive me for being so direct. Thank you.
Ms. Larkin.
Thank you so much. You know, the first thing I want to share is something that I've talked about because of my experience working on America's College Promise and with the mayor on LA's College Promise and the chancellor and everybody that made that happen. I really hope that as part of a strategy that we figure out a way to offer, with the help of hopefully the federal government and others, but figure out a way to offer anyone who lost their job free college. Because this idea that we're declining while people need us most is frightening. And I think we can, as a board, lead our way out of this to a great extent. But I do want to, it's hard to follow Mr. Moreno because he has so much experience and he's right. You know, leadership matters, and it's up to the board to decide whether we're going to lead or we're going to follow. And I think, or are we going to hold people accountable? Because we've had over 5 years of declining enrollment. And while we're in the middle of a pandemic, the board has asked, not just me as one board member, but every board member has asked for a plan about how are we going to, you know, make sure that we don't lose students, that persistence continues and stuff. And so I think it's our job as a board, this is my opinion as one board member who's been around a while, I think it's our job as a board to come up with some, you know, lead on big goals. You know, how are we going to dig our way out of this mess? Because for 5 years, with the leadership we have in place, some of them, we've had declining year after declining year, and that hurts our students. If we actually want to put students first, the question is, how are we going to do that? Now, the district had a history of having, and I haven't seen them lately, but maybe they're there, and maybe I, you know, because I'm not on that committee because of a choice of, you know, the board, you know, one of the board members. We used to get plans from all the colleges on what they were going to do, but we have not. And then we would look at them and we're not looking to micromanage. We're looking to set goals and make sure that every college has a plan to dig their way out of this mess. Where are they going to find the students? Because there's, you know, millions of people in California that need classes, and right now we're online. So we could theoretically poach students from anywhere. But I really, Chancellor, I really hope that you'll bring to the board the historic documents for us. We're going to have a study session, and I think our board should look at and listen to you and the presidents talk about how are we going to serve students better. The clean bathrooms are important. The classes when the students want them is critical. We have not delivered on our responsibility to deliver to the community a product and services that they want. Because if we did, they would have continued to come, because there are colleges around us and around the state that have gotten students, and we're losing them. And so whether it's free college for those that lost their job, even if it's short term, on it, whether we can get funding for, you know, programs that will lead to jobs quickly, you know, whatever that is, we really need you, Chancellor, since you're our only employee, we need you to bring us the data and for us to set goals and agree that we're going to make enrollment our #1 goal.
You've spoken at this board meeting for over 15 minutes. Is there a question that you'd like to ask?
I would like to see the
not
old reports.
your stage to pontificate, Mr.
Excuse me, Ms. Hoffman, two things for the record, 2 important points of order. #1, legally, you as board president do not have the legal authority to set a time limit without the entire board voting. That's legal. No, we never voted to set a time limit. The board did not vote on that. And #2, I was asking for information on the old information on plans and updates on them. We asked, the entire board asked, or a number of board members asked for a plan.
Succinctly, this is what I'm talking about. This eats up time when—
Ms. Hoffman, I'm not the only board member to talk. I've only talked on a couple items.
You talked on every item, Mr. Swankin. Nobody else has an opportunity. I haven't had an opportunity.
I'm the last person called on, and Ms. Hoffman, if you would stop bullying me and interrupting me, this wouldn't go on.
Perhaps, Madam President,
I'm not going to be bullied. I'm just not.
Madam President, this is Jeff Prieto. Just a couple points, and again, I do appreciate up to this particular point that it's been a very collegial meeting, and I do appreciate the board president at the beginning, you know, indicating and a reminder of the, you know, the code of ethics, and these are incredibly important topics, and I agree. The public deserves a nuanced, a comprehensive, and a respectful conversation. Let me just say, I know that this is under the Chancellor's report, but this is not a Chancellor evaluation. I'm just going to say that. I would also say that, you know, again, in terms of time limitations, these are aspirational. I know that we're trying to finish a meeting, and I think that it's a fair point to say that we're trying to stay within a time frame. We're trying to make sure that we end the meeting at a particular time so the public can also participate. So again, there are not strict time limits. That's aspirational. But I do think it's appropriate to say that we agendize these meetings to end at a particular time. And for the public to truly participate, I think it's important that we try to stay within that. So those are
Thank
just
you.
a couple comments.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. I'm done. Ms. Hoffman, I'm done, but I'd be appreciated if you would follow the rules and not interrupt.
Mr. Swankin, you interrupt all the time. I do follow the rules. I set the standard when we started the meeting to be civil. And Mr. Prieto makes a very important point. This is not an evaluation. And
I wasn't evaluating anyone. I was just asking for information from the chancellor.
comments, don't talk over me or I will rule you out of order.
Well, don't talk over me.
I'm the president. I'm running this.
You're bullying me and I'm not going to put up with it.
Okay, we're going to move on. I would like to make a couple of comments. Thank you, Chancellor. I thought this was a very insightful and excellent presentation, as my colleague, Dr. Buelna, pointed out. I do have two questions. One of them is, we always compare our current enrollment to past enrollment. We go way back in the district and we say, oh, when our enrollment was 109,000 FTES and, you know, students, we were turning students away and they were banging down the doors. But what I've never seen is a sort of comparison to when things changed. You know, we used to have repeatability, number one. Students could take a dance class time after time after time because they were perfecting their craft, or the same with some of the art classes. We also had a really robust, we called it Encore. I don't know if it's called Encore in LACCD, a program for older adults, senior citizens. And so those kinds of classes and programs boosted enrollment. And several years ago, a little more than 5 years ago, the state kind of came in and said, whoa, we don't think we should be reimbursing the full freight for students that are taking these classes over and over and over again because they want to learn French or they want to learn to dance. Or, you know, they were taking classes about where's my memory and other things that we were teaching for senior citizens and older adults. And that was a true class, by the way, taught by a sociology teacher at Glendale College. So I'm wondering if we compared our enrollment data when we had repeatability to our enrollment data now, what would that show us? That's one question. And there you know, that would be 100% data driven. And the other question I have, you know, I've been reading a lot about enrollment and the enrollment decline. There are colleges all across the country that are in double digits. And I do realize some of our campuses are in double digit decline. I keep saying these students will be back to us. You know, we need to be partners with the County of Los Angeles because we are key to the economic recovery and they will be coming back to us. And I like the way you frame the, it's not on the screen anymore, but the re-opportunity adults. We used to call it the re-entry program for adults returning. And I think that's going to be a key recruitment piece beyond high school is how do we bring back those returning adults to our programs? And then maybe can we get a presentation on guided pathways? Because I don't know how far along we are with guided pathways since the pandemic, but guided pathways is 100% assured to boost retention. You know, our problem isn't always enrollment. The problem is also retention. And so I'd like to see some data around retention, around guided pathways, and around comparing, you know, when we were in the heyday and we were everything to everyone to what we're really doing now. And I know there's a big focus on equity. And I do want to say, you could turn it around and say, you know, in a global pandemic, when many students are struggling with food and housing and access to technology, we've retained 90% of our students. And then I want to make one more comment because I keep hearing this, you know, we should be free for people who've lost their jobs. Trustees, we have the BOG fee waiver, which is now the CCPG. We are free if you're unemployed and you can't afford to pay the $46 a unit. We always have been free. And so I think we need to market that better. While it's not the College Promise, which is a pretty comprehensive program for recently graduated high school seniors, you know, people coming from high school for the first time, we've always been free. We've always had the fee waiver for students who are unemployed and can't afford us. So I want to thank you for the presentation. We now have our next presentation.
I have my last presentation for the evening under the Chancellor's report.
Dr. Buelna has a comment.
Okay. Madam President, you triggered this. Okay. So, and this is Chancellor and Vice Chancellor. We get our I'm on the daily report thing. and what's important is because, you know, I love looking at data. I work on some polling stuff, and we know that as we're being given the narrative, there are narratives that are out there. And I think you guys have gotten that when we get a narrative that makes sense, it makes sense, right? Half of our colleges are doing okay. You know, when, you know, overall enrollment, you know, if you look at City, if you look at where we at City College, at East, and some of the other colleges, then some of the other colleges are doing low. So I think one of the things that I didn't say in the earlier was that where I've seen a deficit is the analysis component to dig in and tell us specifically what is occurring. Southwest, for instance, is 29% down. Something is occurring on either the environment, which we talked about, the enrollment, right? So with that data, we need to know what the district is doing. And this is why, you know, why I'm saying that. If City's at 96%, then we need to know what they're doing correct. And that level of analysis, Trustee Hoffman, I appreciate that you said that, but we're at a point where we have excellent staff. I mean, Maury knows how to track down specifically, you know, where that is going, because the numbers across the district, Trustee Hoffman, aren't the same. We're down, I think, 13% district-wide, but some campuses aren't. So it's not fair. Well, actually, fair has nothing to do with it. It's not technically correct to make an equal assessment across the district, where we have to parse out what is going right and what is going wrong, and the district to accentuate and give that technical support on what is occurring. So I don't mind what you're saying about that report from 5 years ago, but there's reports from 4 months ago that could really help us to understand. There is not one outreach or IT thing that I haven't voted for and I'll continue to vote for, but we need that real hardcore analysis from our staff. And that's, I think, one of the things that frustrates some of us. We don't need flowery, we just need the analysis. I wasn't gonna say anything, Trustee Hoffman, but you triggered me.
All right, Chancellor, do you need a 5-minute break before we go to the next?
No, I'm ready. I'm fired up. Let's keep going.
Fired up and ready.
Yeah, delegas. So yeah, if you don't mind, this last one, my report's considerably shorter, and then I expect that there will be a longer or a significant board conversation. And it's important to give an update on one of the board goals for the district. And just by way of context, the board on an annual basis sets out its goals for the year, what it wants to do. Those goals are then triggered to the chancellor's goals. The chancellor's goals are then triggered to senior staff and president's goals. So it's, you know, a sequence kind of responsibility once the board meets and talks about its priorities. Well, last fall, the board selected 4 strategic priorities. One was ensuring district sustainability. Secondly was addressing student basic needs. And then third was creating greater equity and inclusion. And underneath each one of those strategic priorities, there was several goals underneath each, and rationale and some sort of strategies, if you will, to achieve those goals. So underneath the second goal, which is addressing student basic needs, there was one that dealt with student housing partnerships, hence the agenda item, where the board provided as its reasons for selecting this one, and they wanted the district to look at enhancing housing referrals, to look at community partnerships, to explore public-private partnerships. And in doing so, some specific action steps that could help to guide some of those, to coordinate with the city and county housing referral resources, to identify potential public-private partnerships, and to conduct a student housing demand study. And if the demand study warranted, a feasibility study. Does it make sense when addressing student needs to build student housing? But before then, look at this other referral sort of opportunities. And that's what I want to report on, what we've done. And really through the leadership of Mr. Vela and the Legislative and Public Affairs Committee, we have set a full course of action, aggressive, and I would say proactive legislative agenda and budget agenda that last year included over 20 federal and state legislative and budget priorities and the continuance of the 2019 priorities. So we all know what happened in March with the governor's executive order, but we still, even though we didn't have, and with the state budgetary constraints, we continued to advocate for increased funding for student aid to address student homelessness, food insecurity, and student emergency assistance. So the board will receive in the next day or two almost a 20-page report that outlines very specific actions for housing support, for food insecurity, and emergency aid that we engaged in our local federal advocacy, our state advocacy, and local advocacy projects. Last month and in the months before, the board very unanimously and enthusiastically supported the partnerships of nonprofits, our engagement with nonprofits, such as the Shower of Hope, that now has 8 to 10 homeless student slots at no cost to the district, and they're designating East Los Angeles College students. The cost of those household students is estimated at about $240,000 over 2 years, but it's at zero cost to the district. We also established a partnership and a formal MOU with the nonprofit organization LA Room and Board that has now opened up slots for 35 homeless students, again, at no cost to the district and whatnot, or to the students. And that program at that number is estimated to cost an estimated over $600,000 for 2 years. So I point those two out in our additional advocacy on allocating resources from the County Board of Supervisors to establish our peer navigators. That was at our community colleges here in Los Angeles County, including LACCD. And we were able to advocate for and support a $700,000 allocation. At the local level, there's a projected 1.77 million allocation for housing assistance and prevention through a block grant if it's approved. That'll assist our students with housing placement. And in the last two, we advocated through the city of Los Angeles in their rent relief program, which provides over $100 million for individuals who are at risk of eviction, and the rent relief program through the county that provides for funding for individuals who are at risk of eviction. So I wanted to point out that even though we've not accelerated the advent, if you will, of examining the feasibility of building physical student housing on each of our campuses, we have indeed addressed student basic needs through these other very direct, aggressive advocacy efforts. Yeah, and I wanted to point out that in the Shower of Hope example, that East Los Angeles College, their foundation is hoping to pay for those students' costs to participate. So again, you can see some philanthropic support. And you may recall during the pandemic period that we raised almost $2 million in a span of 6 to 8 weeks for direct aid to students, for laptops, Chromebooks, and other kinds of support. So we did get after it in a pandemic environment, but we're not yet done. So it is a board goal to look at these, to look at the feasibility of what physical student housing, if you will, would look like. So I will end my presentation there. I have had some conversations with members of the board, and it's an opportunity to get a sense, a pulse check as to where the board is on this particular topic. So Madam Chair, I'm happy to pitch it back to you and respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chancellor. I will ask my colleagues if anyone has any questions at this time to please raise your blue hand.
Yeah, and I've invited Dr. Smith to join me in this if it becomes a facilities discussion. Excuse me for that.
Okay. Trustee Vela.
Thank you, President Hoffman. I did want to just briefly touch upon the Chancellor's comment in our Public Affairs and Legislative Committee. And so The local advocacy has really lent itself to the housing partnership for these nonprofits, and I think we're definitely being very successful in reaching those students that would not have anywhere to live, and so connecting them with county resources through the peer navigators, with the county, as well as the 50+ spots currently being offered at Shower of Hope, Hoviness Inc., and LA Room and Board, and then in the future LA LGBT Center. What I must say is that this is one component of you might want to say a cornucopia of housing opportunities that the district can partner with the County of Los Angeles and with the state. And I think what a lot of people are referring to is the actual construction component of housing in and around the colleges versus the existing housing stock and how we utilize that here in Southern California, so in Los Angeles County. So I do think that all those things will come together. There was a recent bill that we supported in the state legislature that is incentivizing affordable housing. Near our colleges. There's also another Senate bill that gives tax credits to developers who build around community colleges. So the people are getting there. It's a matter of how we bridge all that. Trustee Steve Vettis last year proposed in our legislative packet, although because of COVID, we weren't able to put it forward, which was a bill that would, the state of California would provide capital outlay to community colleges in order so that any amount of money that's needed, let's say, to become a partner in some type of student or family housing near our community college, we would not take that from our general fund. It would come directly from state housing dollars that, quite frankly, are meant for that and allocated for that. And so, I want to talk about the complexity of the local governments as well. As you just saw, Councilwoman Denise was here with us, and Diaz from Southgate. And so, many municipalities can bring forward projects that they're working on, where we have our colleges, and we can insert ourselves, again, at no cost to the college district, and with these type of state dollars that would be then awarded to the community colleges. Again, this is all, I think, a place where we're all heading. I do understand the urgency of our students being homeless and housing insecurity, but we're doing this now, the partnerships, and then moving on to the more other components of what it means to do housing. And then obviously you'll hear now from CEO at CFE, Ruben Smith. Thank you.
Trustee Hoffman?
I have other hands up.
No, I know, but we have the presentation from Mr. Smith, from Dr. Smith, that might be helpful for some of what the other trustees might be saying, because there was a particular reason why we put this on the agenda, and Dr. Smith has some of those answers.
Okay, I just want to call on our student trustee because he's had his hand up for quite some time. And then can we hear from Mr. Smith? Student trustee Geronimo, or do you want to hear the presentation first?
I think it will be better if we hear from the presentation first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for understanding. Okay, Dr. Smith.
Thank you, President Hoffman. I did not have a presentation prepared.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
I know this was a report, but I'm here to answer any questions, facilities related, or seeing where we're going from here, or what recommendations, or how we're going to proceed with developing a recommendation, what that process would be.
Okay, yeah, that's how I understood it as well. So I'm going to go back to the questions, and then you're here on hand to answer any questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Trustee Geronimo, did you have a question, or do you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, I have a question. Well, since we touched the student basic needs item, I was thinking about, and I also want to thank you, everyone, about for advocating for the housing, for housing, and also for providing the laptops, the Chromebooks, and everything. But I also was going to ask if what is the likelihood of start advocating also for providing students with free books, or maybe subsidizing the cost of books, since I understand maybe some programs provide free books to students or book loans to students, but some students that do not qualify for some programs, like for example, let's say I'm over 60 units and I cannot, let's say, apply for UPS or other programs, and I have to buy those books, and not all students have the money to start buying books at this during this time. And I was gonna ask you if there is already something like, let's say, there's already something going on books, something like that, that it might wanna clarify on that.
Chancellor, do you want to talk about open educational resources, but also other support services that we might have?
Yes, well, yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, Trustee Geronimo. Well, books are expensive, and our district faculty and others involved with that have made over the last several years a conscientious effort to keep the costs of their textbooks as low as possible. In fact, many of them have a low-cost textbook sort of designator, so that students know that the costs for the books in that class is $40 or less. There is quite a bit of open educational resources that many of our faculty are using because of this particular matter, but it doesn't work in all cases. And you're quite right, our student support programs where students enroll in EOPS, CalWORKs, or foster care, and those categorical programs, DS, PS, they do have funding specifically designated for those. But for those students that are not in those categories, they're really not the option of applying for financial aid if they're eligible. If they're financially needy and are eligible, we will do what we can as a district to provide either federal, state, or district-based financial aid. If they're not eligible for federal aid, there is still state aid that is available, particularly for our undocumented students. The other last option, and it's a difficult question to answer because we know it's expensive. The books can be barriers to college enrollment, and those are obviously not dictated by the college, is as local college foundations or district college. Emergency aid, we do have emergency aid available to the district office for students that are financially strapped to pay rent, car, books, food, whatever that could be. So those will be the resources, but it's not you're pointing out what's been a horrible problem for so long, and that is the soaring cost of books. So that's all I can offer at the moment.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you for your good question. I think, that's something I'm very interested in and have been working on that for several years, is how do we pull together other resources and figure out a way. I mean, it might take legislative action with the publishing companies. I don't know, because they charge a lot of money.
They do.
What the real cost is. So thank you. Trustee Buelna.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Smith, just to acknowledge some of our conversations that we had with regard to student housing, and Chancellor and I had conversations about this discussion. So this discussion was came from the fact that that this discussion on student housing needs to occur within FEMPOC. Because it has to do with facilities, but also there's other components as well. So in terms of doing that, there was some discussion with Trustee Vela touched on the major components, but Dr. Smith, can you go through what the assessment would look like at its basic core, and the feedback that we're looking from the trustees in order to guide the work from FEMPOC. So this discussion was meant to, from what Dr. Smith is about to articulate, to the trustees articulating to Dr. Smith and to Mr. Vettis, Trustee Vettis, and to Trustee Vela and I, what the work, then to produce that work back to the entire board in order to move and get this on the rails. Dr. Smith?
Yes, Trustee Buelna. At the very outset of the process is starting with student housing, is looking at the housing needs. So identifying the insecurities, there's a decision point. That decision point starts with, is there going to be a need for social services? So we need a social services assessment, which requires a partnership. And if there's not a need for a social services assessment, we have to consider what the housing model needs to look like. And that's a sub process within itself, where we're looking at if it's going to be market rate, is it going to be subsidized? If it is subsidized, to what extent? Are the needs of the students? And so we're looking at a needs assessment, which will be followed by a potential partnership assessment. And that partnership, as Chancellor Rodriguez touched on, talks about we're talking about public and private partnerships, but it's not a traditional P3 always as a right fit. We already have local advocacy with nonprofits, and so that takes us out of a traditional public-private partnership. It's more of a public-public, public-to-public, and a public-to-private partnership, which is considered a P4. And then we also have something that's considered a P5, which also introduces that step farther, looking at philanthropy as well as nonprofits with those public-to-public and public-to-private relationships, and then assessing what that total cost of ownership would be. And we would come up with a final recommendation moving forward to what would ultimately be a real property assessment. And that's looking at our inventory at each campus, and well, not at each campus, but looking at our inventory district-wide. And what we own, would it be a lease opportunity? Would it be a sell opportunity? How would we negotiate that with our public-to-public partnerships as well as our public-to-private partnership? So, in short, it would take basically three, sets of assessment to get to an ultimate recommendation for a housing model that we believe that we can move forward with. And so that's the work that would need to happen through and with a recommendation through FEMPOC.
So, Ms. Hoffman, the idea was we wanted to make sure that the board knew of this work within FEMPOC, and in order to say, is there something that we're missing as this work begins? Like I just heard about the P5 and P4. I thought it stopped at P3, right? And to be able to come back with all kinds of options, including stakeholder discussions. For instance, there's some discussions at LACD College about the Geffen Foundation, about LA County, about opportunity zones and how those mixes of money might fit into a model at city. But those discussions also need to occur with all stakeholders at city in order to make sure that it fits and that it's successful, because as Trustee Vettis we've had this conversation, if it doesn't fit, if those conversations don't occur, then it won't be successful. And in order to be successful, we have to have a discussion as a board in order to guide the work of FEMPOC. Thank you for giving me the time, Madam President.
Was that in a FEMPOC report yet that I missed, or it hasn't been discussed in FEMPOC yet?
No, not yet, Madam President. This is a guiding conversation today, and it'll be shepherded back to the appropriate committee.
Okay. And then at some point, I know we had a presentation, and I'm with you, Dr. Buelna. I thought it stopped at P3. We're not experts, obviously. It sounds like we're in the parking structure in the elevator and we're stuck on P3. So I would love to see what a P4 and a P5 would look like. And maybe we can have a committee of the whole presentation on the differences between a P3, a P4, and a P5.
Mm-hmm.
But that will be the presentation once FEMPOC has done its work.
Okay, great. Trustee Fong?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Mr. Chancellor for the presentation on the housing, addressing student basic needs, student housing partnerships. Thank you to my colleagues for your comments so far. I think this has been a conversation that's very timely, so thank you for bringing this forward. As we are in a housing crisis now, we know we're in a COVID economic crisis, health crisis and economic crisis, and amidst the social inequities and social justice crisis here, this is something that continues. When we look at the enrollment numbers for a Southwest College or a Trade Tech or other schools that have had double-digit declines in enrollment, we know that housing security is one of those issues that we need to continue to fight for and to address. And thank you to everyone, Chancellor and everyone board, for your partnerships on LA Room and Board with Sam Prater and those wraparound services. I know that a number of folks have visited the LA Room and Board, and it's an amazing facility. From my understanding, there's 35 people there now, and with capabilities of having up to 50 plus. And it's right across the street from UCLA. It's on Hillgard Avenue, former sorority house. And Sam Prater in there is pushing an envelope on providing those opportunities for students at West LA College and City College, providing wraparound services, having those. There's a lot of nooks and crannies there, so there's a lot of places to study, and it provides the additional partnerships. On the east side with Hoviness, Ms. Abella referenced this as well, something that we're doing with Housing for Hope in the east side, but we need to continue to push for more partnerships at Pierce College and the Valley and around Trade Tech or throughout our district around Southwest. And so I'm open to those conversations to how we can address these housing security needs. And I think doing a student housing demand study to really look at our analysis of the areas around there, see what the demand study would justify and how we can possibly meet the gaps and the needs there. And I would also encourage us to engage in conversations with philanthropy. I think Mr. Chancellor and Mr. Vice Chancellor referenced the P3s, but those P3s include philanthropy, I believe, as well, and in addition to public-private partnerships. We know Miguel Santana now recently just became the head of the Weingart Foundation. We have allies in our other foundations who've been very supportive of our student basic needs. But as we continue to reimagine LA and reimagine the district, can we also look at housing opportunities? And so this is something that I'm glad that we're engaging in a conversation on, and whether it's looking at what Coast Community College District did or Cerritos College District did, and Mr. Chancellor's been doing evaluations of those models as well. So we know that our housing study a few years ago said 1 out of 5 of our students is housing insecure. So I think we need to continue to push the envelope on any opportunities to provide additional housing partnerships, housing navigators, the additional resources that Ms. Abella has referenced that's coming down from the state, the city, and the county. But is anything that we can do to help build those bridges and those partnerships, let me know how we can continue to work on those. I know there's a lot of different angles that we're working on, but we'd love to see student housing as one of those options that we continue to look at and to guide us in this conversation. So those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. Trustee Veras, did you want to add to the conversation as chair of FEMPOC?
Sure, thank you.
This
item was a follow-up to one of our board goals. Just about this time last year, we came together to talk about prioritizations for work. And in the FEMPOC committee, we actually did have one early presentation that talked about housing development and certainly sort of laid the beginning groundwork for these partnerships that have been discussed and have been developed through the years, and I think are all very good. And I think we want to see these things amplified and multiplied in terms of the partnership piece. There was also an element in that conversation to really understand and explore our facilities, understand and explore the needs of students. We've done feasibility studies through the years, and they consistently come back saying that our students, it's a basic needs conversation. It isn't just housing for housing's sake. It isn't market rate housing. In FEMPOC, we had a chance to sort of assess and evaluate at least a couple of housing projects that have been developed in Southern California by other community college. The Coast project, for example, is a market rate housing development and it happened to open in the middle of the pandemic. So it is not very well occupied. It certainly had to change its model of being, and could not sort of house students at optimal levels because of health and safety concerns. Compton Community College, our neighbor to the south, has just placed it inside of their facilities master plan, but there is no project. And we have yet to talk about Cerritos, but I think lots of us have shared stories and articles, and certainly it's a 7 townhouse kind of scenario, a little over $4 million for the cost of the district, and half of it's supposed to be dedicated to students of need. And also with the pandemic impacting that project, I think it's only housing 7 students right now. So a number of challenges on the table. I think, Trustee Vela mentioned a legislative effort that we had. It was really an effort to try to change the ed code. The ed code requires the districts to essentially be able to take fair market value for any property we have that we engage in a lease. And the desire was to create a bill that would give us some flexibility when it came to either workforce housing or affordable student housing, because certainly the students that we have and the concerns that they've expressed is for rent substantially below the market rate. And those things have been challenging for us. And so I think, as and to Trustee Wellna's point, as we talked about that as in our board goals, and as we are confronting the pandemic in front of us, and certainly economics are challenging us in different kinds of ways. There's some areas where we need greater clarity, and we need greater focus and understanding, and probably assessment, and to understand whether housing on campuses is a viable possibility. Certainly hasn't had the opportunity to be vetted through the campus communities in the ways that I think we should. I think, for the most part, and I'll use the City College as an example, it was a foundation-driven effort that didn't get to the campus community until it was later in the proposing process. But we didn't have any functional space and setup to understand and assess and to receive the project. And so it proved to be like a challenging scenario for us. Now, in front of us, we do have one campus community, and this is scheduled to come to FEMPOC relatively soon, with Michigan College, with a property across the street from the campus in the middle of a residential neighborhood, where the County of Los Angeles has engaged with the campus president on interest of developing affordable housing in the area. So something like that, obviously should be coming faster to the forefront. I know President Bettis has done quite a bit of engagement in our process to do these kinds of things and to get it through the process. But there is no formal housing program at LACCD. There's partnerships that we've engaged in, and I think at some point to be able to fine tune what kind of housing program there should be, I think is going to be really important for this district. But nonetheless, I mean, we've, for the most part, have been talking about students and student basic needs. But I will say, in the Sacramento legislative session, while we were carrying the bill, and I had a chance to sort of speak to a handful of legislators on the bill that we had proposed, a number of workforce partners were fully engaged. The California Federation of Teachers, California Teachers Association were fully engaged in trying to deal with housing for teachers statewide. The SEIU was also engaged heavily in the conversation about understanding workforce demands, because housing is at a critical crunch throughout the state of California, and understanding what happens on the campuses. So those, some bills did pass, some didn't. Some bills that were passed for LAUSD, maybe things that LACCD should consider in terms of flexibility. But it goes beyond sort of just the plain student conversation, the basic needs conversation. As I say, it's an important one. But it also has to sort of understand what's happening in the environment and what's happening in our facilities level. But yeah, I think, like I said, pieces are scheduled. But if there is a desire to have a full-blown conversation, some direction is valuable and necessary.
You, Trustee Veras. I have some comments as well, but I see that Mr. Swanken has his hand up.
Thank you. I want to echo, I think, a couple of the board members' comments. You know, we had a housing task force chaired by Mike Ng, and we made some progress and it got derailed. Some of it was that our students didn't have a need for market rate housing. They had a need for affordable. The affordable rules are very complex. We might need some federal relief in legislation to allow us to build housing that's affordable but exclusive to our students. That's currently not in the law. I want to chime in support of doing studies, but we really need to act. We've been talking about this for a really long time. I appointed a committee. They came back with a report. It then got buried by different groups, different parties, different people didn't want to address it. It's clear our students have needs. I think doing a study of what model will work for our students, what price point will work for our students, I think that's really critical. And I want to encourage us all to agree on that. I think having a committee of the whole on something this important is really important. I think that we should look at surrounding property like I had heard from President Perez about his discussions with the county, those kinds of discussions where we could find property next to a campus, especially if there's a campus. Some of our campuses don't have land, so we don't want to do that. We don't want to give up land that we may need for something else for housing if we can get it adjacent or nearby. So partnering, there's also benefits in already existing legislation with density bonuses if they partner with us. So I really think we need to be more proactive. We haven't made much progress on this effort in the year. I think we should get a report. We should engage the right kinds of people. We should look at the last report we got, Chancellor. If you could share it. Some of the board members may not have seen that demand study. That kind of analysis we should all look at before we make a decision. And one thing I want to promote is our students, many of them, we want to help them transfer. So, and some of the universities, CSUN, Cal State LA, already are in the housing business. And so I think we should look to partner with universities around us, UCLA, Cal State LA, Northridge, others that do it, so that we don't do something, because every time our district has done something that's not something we do well, we've not done well. We had a driving range that cost us money. We've had other efforts where we went into a segment or a business, partnership that didn't go well. So I'd like, Chancellor, that the entire board be shared the previous demand study, that we get a new demand study, that we get analysis of opportunities for land around our campuses where they're highly impacted. And then finally, because I don't want to take as long as others have taken, finally, I want to ask that we figure out a way to follow the student trustees' request, because I had always hoped we'd add free books to the promise. And while there are opportunities for people that have maybe recently lost their jobs on a BOG waiver, if the person was making a large sum of money, they may not qualify because they were, their income looks bigger than it is today. And so free textbooks is something we should really be more, I think, deliberative about. And that's all I have to say, but I would really like to see a plan and not have one small committee do something this important on student housing alone and bring it to us. It should be probably more public, and we should have the information shared at the board.
This has been a really good conversation. I think, our delve into housing with the partnerships is really positive and something in the right direction. I want to be mindful when we talk about student housing that, student housing isn't just beds in rooms. And, some colleges like Santa Rosa Junior College and others are able to build student housing and make it, quote, affordable, because they do it the old dorm style. They put 4 to 6 beds in a room with a bathroom down the hall. For our students, the kinds of students that we serve, that isn't practical for all of our students. So I just want to be mindful as we get into the student housing conversation that we're remembering 35% of our students are parents, so they're caring for young children. Those students are having a hard time as well in finding housing, and that's why, like when Trustee Vera has talked about a combination of workforce housing and student housing, that's something that could maybe work for the kinds of students that we serve. Veterans housing is another idea. So I think I don't want us to pigeonhole ourselves into just thinking student housing is like what Orange Coast College built. And they were solving a very different problem. They were solving a density issue because there was no housing available, and their housing is not affordable housing. And my understanding is pandemic hit and they're less than 50% full. Is that correct, Chancellor?
That's correct.
I think we need to be really mindful. I think we need to do a comprehensive study, and if it starts in FEMPOC, I think that's great. But I think the board needs to get updates on a regular basis. So if it starts in FEMPOC, let's keep us all informed, because our students really are struggling, and the answer isn't for them to sleep in their cars. So,
Trustee Hoffman, I had my blue hand.
okay, and then I think we need to move one more comment and question, and then
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear, Chancellor, from this discussion. Again, we started off with the goal and the partnerships, what partnerships started in terms of what we discussed earlier. Then, just to be very clear, what I heard, except for one trustee who hasn't commented, was support for what Dr. Smith mentioned, which was a card with regard to the analysis with regard to P3, P4, P5, there's probably some P6, ... In order to be able, but the point was here to have the discussion with the board in order to make it clear that for FEMPOC to have that concrete conversation. And I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. And if there's something that was missed, Chancellor, that you didn't hear this.
No, the first step I heard was a needs assessment in that process, and to engage in. And there is a series of activities related to describing what indeed the needs are, because and then constructing ultimately a model to the ones you've described, a way to meet those needs and to see if indeed pencils out.
And I'll just add one last thing, in Dr. Smith, what you might help me with this, and this might be important. As you're developing the model, would you probably say that you're looking for a model or a series of recommended models because of the diversity, the regional, economic, and everything diversity of the district?
Well, that's a great question. I would say that we may look at multiple models because I don't see a one-size approach fitting the entire district.
Oh, I just wanted to amend that. Thank you, Chancellor. Trustee Hoffman, thank you.
All right. We're now at the part of our agenda where we do our business, but I believe our support staff supporting us through this remote board meeting needs a little bit of a break. And Chancellor, I'm sure you could use a break. So we're going to come back at 7:37. We're going to come back at 7:45. I'm starting right at 7:45, and we're taking a few minute break here.
Thank you.
Okay, are we, I'm waiting for the Chancellor.
Following instructions, Madam President.
You are good. Yes, thank you for being on time. Thank you for being on time. We'll wait one more minute for the Chancellor. Chancellor, are you back?
We've gotten a lot done.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris did very well.
Lupe and Crystal?
Yes, ma'am.
You need to do roll call when we come back from a break.
Yes, we'll do roll call.
Let's start roll call because I think we're just approving the consent calendar right now.
Okay.
I think
So right now,
oh, there you are, right on time.
Trustee Wilna,
Key.
Trustee Fong,
Here.
Trustee Hoffman,
Here.
Trustee Moreno. Absent. Trustee Svanken.
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Vela,
Here.
Trustee Vettis,
Here.
Student Trustee Geronimo.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, board members, we now have for our review the combined consent calendar for items L1 through X10. These items include consent calendars for Human Resources, Personnel Commission, Academic Affairs, Budget and Finance, Business and Facilities. Are there any items which require additional information after you have reviewed them over the weekend? Please state the item number on the agenda and where we may find it. So if you have an item that you need more information on, please raise your blue hand. Okay. Great, so can I have a motion and a second to adopt the combined consent calendar?
So moved.
I'll move the calendar.
Okay, I have
For
a
second.
motion from Dr. Buelna, a second from Trustee Veras. Roll call, please.
Student Trustee Geronimo's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno. Absent. Trustee Svanken,
Yes.
Trustee Vela,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great, thank you. We now have item Y, which recommendations from the Chancellor. We have one item under item Y, and it's to adopt resolutions affirming benefits vesting schedule and updating the amount of the district's contribution to eligible active and retired employees' health insurance premiums. Chancellor, can you present, say a few words about item Y1, please?
Yes, and this recommendation comes as a result of our collective bargaining. This is something that we are doing to assist all eligible, active, and retired employees and their health insurance premiums beginning this month at the rate set by CalPERS health insurance. So this we're asking you to affirm the benefits, vest this schedule, and updates the amount of the district's contribution to eligible employees. And this is as a result of collective bargaining, if you will, in our negotiations with our joint labor management benefits council. So it comes with our recommendation to approve.
Great, thank you so much. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, Dr. Buelna, seconded by Trustee Vella. Can I have roll call, please, Lupe?
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno, absent. Trustee Swankin,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great, thank you. We are now on business items Z1 through Z3. Chancellor, did we pull one of these?
We pulled, yes, we did. We pulled Z10. Thank you.
Okay, I just
Z10.
wanted, so we're on Z1 through Z11 minus, which has been pulled. Are there any items which require additional information? And if you need additional information, please raise your blue hand. I'm looking. Okay, can I have a motion to approve business items? Okay,
So moved.
great. I have a motion and a second. And roll call.
Second, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. The second? Who
Was it-
second?
I'll second it. This is Mike.
I thought it was.
Thank you. Okay, student trustee Geronimo's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
trustee Fong,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Moreno, absent. Trustee Swankin,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great, thank you. We're now on the AA items, the facilities items AA1 through AA6. Are there any items which require additional information? Please let me know by raising your hand. Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the
So
facility?
moved.
Okay,
That was Trustee Vella.
I know. Moved by Trustee Vella, seconded by Trustee Buelna. Roll call.
Student trustee Geronimo's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
trustee Fong,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Moreno, absent. Trustee Swankin,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great, thank you. We're now on announcements and indications of future proposed actions. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're on AB, notice, reports, and informatives. There are 2 notices, board members, and no action is required. Okay, we're on AC, announcements and indications of future proposed actions by members of the board. Board members, are there any future or proposed actions you would like to discuss right now?
President Hoffman, I just wanted to alert the trustees on the board that I would like to honor in November's meeting the LGBTQ Affairs Committee members. Thank you.
Great, and we will have certificates prepared for them and we'll do a celebration. So you're gonna have to produce it the same way you did the lavender graduation, so you better get working on it now. Complete with music.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
could we, because we're meeting on November 4th, right?
Yes.
Could we maybe have a discussion with regard to, that we likely, on some of the propositions, how it's going to affect us. And we have some discussion, about that. The world will be different no matter what at the next board meeting. We should probably schedule some time for that assessment, even if it's just an open discussion for a few minutes.
Okay, and maybe we can have presentations on Proposition 15 and Proposition 16, because those seem to be the 2 that would probably affect us the greatest.
Yes, and if there is a Biden victory, then there will be a discussion with regard to immigration reform, and that will have a material effect on us. So, there's some stuff that probably, senior management, should probably prep for. As I'll just add this, as we're dealing with enrollment, the immigration, catastrophe that we've had in the last 4 years has probably affected our enrollment to a certain extent. So there is a variable, an X variable that we don't know yet.
That's a great point. Thank you. Yes.
Madam President, this is the General Counsel. I just wanted to make one point to what Trustee Wellness said, and then needing to go back to item BB. Absolutely agree that staff should be prepared, although I do want to manage expectations. For example, on Proposition 16, one day after the election, I assume that in the state of California that may be determined, but I also want to manage expectations that it frankly will probably be challenged by the court. So we can do an analysis, but I would just say that some of these analyses may be put on hold very quickly. I would also suggest, as it relates to Proposition 209, there is a lot that we can do currently under Proposition 209, and that's actually a very fruitful analysis as well. Madam President, going back to BB, there were two items. There was one that was a notice of the board rule amendments. Item 2 is actually to amend the calendar. That does take an action.
Okay, I'm looking at my script. Tell me where you are. I don't see.
So I am at where the finger is pointing on the screen. BB, amend the 2021 calendar. That actually does require an action.
I apologize. Okay. Wasn't not on what I'm looking at. Okay, we are on item BB, and that is.
Can we get an explanation on why?
I'm going to ask right now. And that's to amend the calendar for the Board of Trustees regular meeting and board committee dates. Okay, can you please address this, Mr. Prieto?
Oh, yes, ma'am. In terms of the annual organization, based on when we're holding the election, under the Ed Code, we have to have our annual organization meeting 15 days after December 11th. That's when the election results will take place. So again, this is a different schedule that we're on. We cannot have our annual organization meeting before December the 12th. And that's why the annual organization meeting was previously scheduled for December the 2nd. That cannot occur at that time. So we have to move it, and it is being moved to December the 16th to meet the education code requirements.
Okay, is there action on this?
Yes, Madam President, because we're changing the board calendar.
Okay.
Okay, motion to adopt the new board calendar.
All right, do I have a second?
Can I second?
Okay.
No?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please, Lupe.
Trustee Geronimo's advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Wilna?
Yes.
Trustee Fong?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Spankin?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Bettis?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And now we already did CC, announcements and indications of future or proposed actions.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up on that.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'd like to request on the record that we agendize for a vote the establishing a process for districting for creating districts for the public and establish a process. We had heard at the meeting where there was a presentation that it could take up to a year. And so in order to accommodate that, we should have a discussion. If the board doesn't wish to pursue it, they can vote no, but I'd like to, under our board rules, these items should be scheduled for a meeting, and I'd like that to be at the November meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Hoffman, and I know we're not agendized to debate the item,
Right.
but as the item was presented, a great deal of information awaited the final census and the opportunity to assess districts. Mr. Spankin's request is for the 2022 elections. So there is time and sufficient time to get feedback from the census in order to prepare these kinds of conversations. this sort of insistence on pushing it now seems to have other kinds of motivations. And I would recommend that we be consistent with the presentation that was presented to us and allow the census process to take place, which is the critical and key issue in order to do any kind of or assess any kind of proposal for redistricting.
So the board rule does not suggest
I know
that
it's not. I know this is not allowed, but I'm referring.
Well,
to
yeah, it's not allowed, and I want to comment. Your comments are out of order because it's my agenda item. Wait, excuse me. It's my agenda. It's my agenda item.
Stop being a bully. Stop being a bully.
Excuse me, Mr. Veras. Mr. Veras, we have a code of conduct.
Scott,
excuse me.
Behave yourself, Scott. Behave yourself, please.
Excuse me.
I was putting out a clarification.
Excuse me. No. You were commenting on something that's not legal to comment on.
I was acknowledged for the floor.
It's not illegal. It's not legal to comment on.
You're a bully, Scott.
It's
Stop.
not. Excuse me, Trustee Veras. Let me be clear. You have.
You know what, Scott? You're just going to.
You have threatened and defamed me. Excuse me. I have the floor.
You know
Point of personal privilege.
Scott, you did not have the floor. I had the floor.
No, point of personal privilege. You attacked me.
I had the floor.
You attacked me.
No, I had the floor.
You did not to comment. You violated the Brown Act because it's not debatable.
Not true.
It's not debatable. It is not on the agenda.
That's a point of clarification.
Trustee,
we have had this agenda, guys.
You are abusive of. You are abusing your
Stop being a bully. Stop being a bully, Scott.
Trustee Veras actually had the floor, and you interrupted. But the two of you need to stop. And Mr. Prieto, I'd like you to weigh in. This is not up for discussion and debate right now.
So let me, and again, I was trying to weigh in, Madam President, but I agree. I think statements have been made. This is not agendized, and I think there is information there for consideration as we move forward. So I think statements have been made. I think we're done. I think if there's any other future items that the board would like to discuss, I think this one has been discussed.
General Counsel, though, I was accused of by somebody who has threatened me and made disparaging comments publicly about me of doing something other than pointing out the board rules. Our board rules dictate that this be agendized. It is not up to Trustee Veras and would you stop interrupting, Trustee Veras?
So again, I think that the conversations the conversation that's taken place, I think all the information has been made and has been presented. And again, Trustee Swankin is cited to a particular board rule. Again, even on this particular agenda, there's an amendment that's being proposed to help clarify. Trustee Bed has provided a clarification. I would just leave it at that, and if we can just move on.
Yeah, but it is a point of personal privilege, General Counsel, point of order. The fact is our rules do state that during this period of time, members can ask for items to be placed on future agendas.
That is correct. That is correct.
And then Trustee Veras violated the board rule by debating my.
Mr. Swankin, excuse me. You should respect the chair of the meeting.
You are trying to monopolize the debate and
you're interrupting and you've done it for the whole meeting. I'm asking the chair.
Excuse me. You can ask anything you want, but your behavior is out of order.
Madam Chair, you have to
lying.
control the meeting here.
So let us just, again, I'm just going to ask for, again.
Ethically, Trustee Veras, not only did he violate the Brown Act.
Madam Chair, I'm asking
you violated the Brown Act. Hey, wait. Steve,
you're the chair of the meeting, Madam Chair.
You're not in charge, Steve. It's up to Trustee Hoffman. It is not up to you. You're not in charge.
She's indicating you're out of order.
Thank you. We are now at the point in the comment.
I just had a quick question. Did we get through the reading of the board rule? Was that automatic?
So to Trustee Buelna's point, in terms of the board rule, Trustee Buelna, that you're mentioning, and that's on item BB, this is the first read. If in fact there was a question or if there was any discussion relative to that this is the time where that would take place. You're absolutely correct, Trustee Wellman.
I just wanted to make sure that we met the requirement for that it go forward. That's it.
Yes, that is correct,
I'm
Trustee
good.
Wellman. That's been met, and then the next meeting, it will be the second read up for adoption.
I believe we met the requirement. Can you please make sure that you have read it? And then next meeting is the second read. We don't want to get in the same situation where we passed it twice and then we have to.
Trustee Hoffman, I read it 20 times.
Can General Counsel explain to the public what you're doing?
We're now going to public comment. Lupe, do you have anybody signed up for public comment?
Yes, ma'am. I have 11 people, different subject matters. The first 3 are from Southwest College regarding the state affairs of the dance program. So would you like me to call them to raise their hands? So when I call your name, please raise your hands so that we could either move you over to the panelist section or unmute you so we can hear you if you're on the phone.
I do want to just reiterate that we took a vote early on before public comment on agenda items to limit comment to 2 minutes per speaker. Does that still hold for this part, or do we need to take a new vote?
It's a new vote.
Madam President, I would take a new vote because the reason for your other vote is that you had a concentration of speakers that exceeded the 20 minutes. It would be appropriate to take a second vote now if you want to limit time.
Okay.
It would be stale.
So we have 11 speakers. Is that correct, Lupe?
Yes, 11 speakers.
We have 11 speakers. They are normally afforded 3 minutes each. In the interest of time, do I have a motion to entertain 2 minutes per speaker?
So moved.
Okay, I've got a motion by Trustee Moreno. Do I have a second?
So moved.
A second, Buelna. Roll call.
Student Street Geronimo's advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Pons?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Spankin?
No.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Before you start calling names, Lupe, I first of all want to thank all of our public speakers for waiting until the very end of the meeting to make public comment. And I personally apologize as board president that you had to witness some uncivil treatment of each other on this dais. And I am going to, every board meeting, or at the next board meeting at least, read the statement in the beginning that we adhere to our board code of conduct moving forward. Thank you. You can start calling names.
Ms. Sharon Collins Heads, Ms. Michelle Funderburg Norris, and also Ms. Maureen DeCofai.
And actually, Lupe, if you just want to call everyone's name that's on the list to see whose hands go up, and that might be an easier way of then moving everyone into the room.
Our Armina, Performance East Theater Club Vice President. I'm promoting her to, okay, you're, Armina, you're going to the panelist section. When you're ready, let me know.
Have you called everyone?
Okay, let me call you.
Did you mean Marion?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure it out. Well, my name is Marion Cofield. I'm a former and current student at Los Angeles Southwest College. I began there in the early 90s. I went through the dance program, taking ballet and jazz. I left there after being able to perform in multiple venues. I was actually given scholarships due to my training to go to professional studios. I became a professional dancer. I went back to college, and due to the training I had at Southwest College at the time, I was able to test out of courses for my dance concentration on my bachelor's degree. After that, I went on to get my credential, and I now have students of my own that have the same stories. My students have actually graduated from universities in dance programs due to me learning through the program at Southwest initially. A few years ago, Ms. Collins called me, and she requested that I assist her in promoting the new dance major that would have been a program there, an AA program. I came back to the school as a student and as a teacher at the time, helping to promote the program. After that semester, there was no dance class, less known a major. So that program that was there, it prepared me to be able to venture out. It exposed me because there was something that I wasn't able to be exposed to because being in the area that we live in, that's not something that's common or available. And we're not sure why the program is gone. We know that we've watched a high turnover of administrators, and I've returned to school now, preparing to go to medical school and taking courses again at Southwest College because I wanted that to be the college that I came from. And I'm noticing even in their other departments, there are similar things that are occurring. So I'm not sure what it is, but I did hear in the meeting that you all are talking about the lack of students in the courses. I'm gonna have to go to Santa Monica to take 2 courses next semester because they're not offered in LACCD at all. So there's a lot of things going on and you are right about that. But this dance program, I personally would have brought 17 students in the next semester. And I know of other programs who would have as well. So we just know that it was necessary.
Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Trustee Hoffman, can we follow up with that? I know we're not supposed to interrupt.
I was gonna make a comment. I think there's 2 more people that on the same topic, but yes. And Chancellor, that kind of goes with what I was talking about earlier in terms of repeatability. And when we talk about our legislative agenda, maybe we look at that again. Thank you, Trustee Buona. Next person.
Sharon Collins Heads.
Yes, hi, hello.
Katie, you have 2 minutes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Professor Sharon Collins Heads, and I've been at Southwest for more than 26 years. I teach dance, kinesiology, and health. When I first got there, it took me 5 years to create a program without a degree, because back then, again, right, there were no degrees in dance. 2 years ago, I was able to write an AA in teaching dance. It has been approved, and I have been struggling to reboot the program with no support of administration. The reason I'm speaking today is because I spoke with a colleague that knew of the work I had done over the years with the dance program. She said she spoke to an administrator. She said, hey, how's the dance program going? And they said, oh, we don't have one. And she asked why. She said, oh, because the dance teacher hasn't done anything to promote it, which is absolutely not true. This past spring, I met with the coordinator of the dual enrollment program because I had a member of the Centinela Valley High School District who had 19 students already enrolled in the LACCD program, and she wanted to bring her students to Southwest College because it was up the street. I had 19 students, and I never heard from the dual enrollment coordinator after that. So what I tend to see, what's happening is the inequities in the supporting of programs around the college campus. So here you had 19 students, but then I've seen classes that had 5 students that were allowed to go. And I think that's one of the things that the district needs to look into, the inequities. And it's kind of like if you're a favorite, then your program is going to get promoted. And if not, you don't receive the same support as everybody else. Thank you. I know my time is probably.
It is. Thank you. Appreciate it.
For comments, and thank you for waiting.
Michelle Thunderbird Norris. Performances Theater Club Vice President. Mr. Brandon Zuniga. Okay, we see you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. If this is the way the board behaves, it's just an example of why this district doesn't work. How much time you guys spend fighting, and you cut the time of the public to actually speak. It's just absolutely shameful. I would like to thank you, Elias. Yes. I would like to thank you, Elias, for announcing the books. Hopefully, if anybody in the board is willing to work with the books, they will come to the SEC meeting on Friday. I came today to speak about harassment, student harassment and corruption, but it doesn't even seem to matter anymore. I take a union class that collaborates with the GIL 1521 for students of all 9 campuses, a class at a community college paid with taxes, where students are being paid to call other students to vote for specific candidates for the Board of Trustees. 3 of them who are part of this board. The union teaches about wage exploitation, yet they are using their money to exploit the only thing that students have, our voice. This is exactly why we have so many issues in the district: enrollment decline, advertising, changing needs. It's because nobody actually listens to the students. It is so difficult to speak without retaliation. The moment that I brought up this conflict of interest and that what they were doing was wrong, I was shut down by Dr. Monteiro. In fact, just 1 hour after that, I was fired from the internship just for speaking out. And why? It's because people don't care what students actually say. They say they do, but they really don't. The students are just a tool to promote agendas without even giving us the option to choose. It seems that every time the district takes a step forward, we move backwards. Just a few days ago, the LA Times posted the college district is able to get away with this transvestite because it attracts so little public scrutiny of its actions. Historically, such systems have made it difficult for people of color to win elections. I do wonder what would have happened if the BLM movement hadn't had such an impact. How long would it take the district to do something about their policies? I go to districts meetings where even the idea of having students in the cooperative effort to make any decisions is clearly opposed. Why doesn't our student trustee get a vote if he was selected? If this is the change that you guys are promoting, I don't see it. If our own students don't see the improvement, then there's something clearly wrong.
Thank
you, Brandon. Your time is up. Thank you.
Jesus Navarro. Elizabeth Johnson. Daniel Nevares.
Yes, I don't see a wave but I'm unmuted to let you know Elizabeth Johnson is here.
Perfect. We can go ahead.
Hi, Elizabeth. We can hear you.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Johnson. I have lived in the Westmont community for over 50 years. My children and my grandchildren have studied at Southwest College. I am here to ask that the institution of the Los Angeles Community College District demonstrate their commitment to equality for African Americans. There is not a piece of legislation that African Americans fought for where we did not include every ethnic group. We fought for equality regardless of race, color, gender, age, and everyone on your board and everyone in this country benefited from our fight. I found it interesting to hear that a couple of your board members, Mr. Velas, Mr. Fonken, and some others talked about BLM and also equity. However, when I look at the makeup of the board, I'm appalled that there is no African-American representation, especially when this board had the opportunity to appoint one of the 3 African-American highly qualified women to this board. Also, people in our community feel betrayed. Your lack of commitment is demonstrated in the dollars allocated in your budget for, as you say, equity, social justice, and anti-racism. Will it really be enough to fully implement and effectuate change, or is it just window dressing? This community deserves to know what your comprehensive plan is that demonstrates your commitment to increase African-American students, staff, and faculty at LASC. And these plans should speak to equality, funding, and your marketing plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Dibner.
I see a hand up with a 213-274-1673 number. Can you identify yourself?
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, this is Performances Theater Club Vice President.
Hi.
I'm a student. Yeah, I'll read my little paragraph.
Okay.
All right. On Monday, September 14th, which was approximately 2 weeks ago, an anonymous LACCD student was denied low-income housing, i.e. rejected from low-income housing, solely due to their status as a full-time student. Due to this unexpected emergency disrupting said anonymous student's education, anonymous student was forced to drop a class on an emergency basis in order to comply with the IRS law and hopefully not lose their housing just for trying to better their future. Single unmarried students with no dependents are not allowed to reside in a low-income housing tax credit supported unit. So if you are a student and you are full-time and you are single, then you cannot reside in a low-income unit unless you have an exception, which is being married or having dependents. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the Chancellor was talking about the housing programs for homeless students. You're going to have a problem if any of those students are single and you try to refer them to the affordable housing via the coordinated entry system. If they are single and they are not married and they do not have dependents, they will not be able to live within an affordable housing low-income unit unless they are drop a class and they are less than full-time. And so I'm kind of disturbed that this information, it seems like no one was really aware of this information when they started promoting these housing programs for students. I'm only assuming it's because a large percentage of your students are probably married or have dependents, but there are single students within the district.
Your 2 minutes are up.
And if
Thank you.
Thank you.
What? Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. And I think that's something else that we need to look at when we look at our legislative package in terms of what we want to sort of advocate for. I'm aware of that because I work with students at another institution and it is a big barrier. So thank you so much for being here this evening and waiting the whole board meeting to bring that up. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lupe, do we have any other hands up?
Well, I have no hands up, but I'm gonna call the names out.
Okay.
Jesus Navarro. Damian Nevares.
Here.
Great. Okay, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, I wanted to discuss, worked at the district for 20 years and I'm finding myself contemplating retirement due to a diagnosis of pancreatic cancer. I'm only 53 years old. And the reason I chose to speak tonight is because of a phone call I had with CalPERS and my options regarding retirement and the amount of money I'd receive annually and my survivor benefit. The amount, even after 20 years, is currently, it's pitiful. I currently make under $61,000 a year and my take home from PERS would be $2,200 plus the SRP on top, maybe $2,800 plus SSDI. So I know I've worked at pretty much the same position most of my career there as a procurement technician. And I've tried to get other positions by testing and other avenues applying and being denied because they say I do not meet the minimum quals. Although I do believe I do, but for whatever reason, I get doors closed in my face. But to add to that, I've worked out a class for over 10 to 11 years of my careers there. Once as a college event coordinator for 5 years, a few years back under Larry Frank's reign. And I served other people that only served themselves and did a good job at it. And it did me no good because when I applied for the position, I was told I didn't meet the minimal quals. Then somebody else came into the position and they still don't have the clue as to what the job is. And then I've also worked as a procurement technician, but taking on functions of a procurement specialist or an assistant procurement specialist, let's say. And when I applied for the job twice, the first time I didn't have my bachelor's degree, but I was denied. The second time I was denied even with a bachelor's degree. So I find it very, shame on me for doing that and allowing myself to work out a class and perform these duties. Shame on the administrators for allowing that to occur in order to save money on the back end and just have me on the books as a procurement technician instead of what I deserve. So
2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you for coming to speak to the board. I know there's a very, complicated formula. You're in CalPERS, not CalSTRS, correct?
Correct.
So let's make sure, Chancellor, can we get him to talk to one of our benefits specialists at the district and see, whether, make sure that the calculations are correct and get him hooked up with the right people. And I'm so sorry about your diagnosis.
It's all right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Kimberly Devler. Kimberly?
Kimberly DeValier. Yes.
Thank you. 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, this message will be posted to my public Facebook page. My name is Kimberly DeValier. I'm an LACCD employee and AFT 1521A union member. I work in the capacity of executive assistant to Carmen Lids, current Vice Chancellor of Information Technology. I originally planned to broach the subject of LACCD's systemic racism, harassment, and retaliation targeting Black African-American staff and faculty. However, I have already formally communicated this information to Chancellor Rodriguez and administration via email earlier today and encouraged the Chancellor to share this information with all members of the board, as I was unable to locate board members' email addresses, which were not found on the district website. Instead, during this Domestic Violence Prevention Month in October, I would like to highlight workplace bullying as an act of systemic workplace violence experienced daily by myself and other Black employees in LACCD. The American Psychiatric Foundation and the Center for Workplace Mental Health define workplace bullying as involving multiple, repeated, intentional acts of aggression, hostility, social isolation, or disrespect. I would argue that these descriptors have the same violent impact for employees as abuses suffered in domestic violence relationships, which the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence defined to include willful intimidation and/or other abusive behavior as part of a systemic pattern of power and control perpetrated against another. This includes threats of economic and emotional and psychological abuse, which I'm experiencing through this administration. I have experienced all of the above. I'm requesting all acts of harassment and retaliation targeting me cease and desist immediately. I have filed a complaint with the Department of Fair Employment and Housing. There's an open and active investigation against this district for discrimination and retaliation. I am requesting that the board formally admonish Chancellor Rodriguez and Vice Chancellor Carmen Lids for their actions or inactions related to these abuses. Carmen Lids' pattern of conduct, including her libelous letter. No problem. Thank you. It'll be posted publicly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Capri South. Filiberto Barajas. Ms. Chris Ozan. If I missed anybody, please raise your hand at this moment and we will move you over. Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay, that concludes public comment. We are now going to recess into closed session. However, is there anybody signed up to address the board before we recess into closed session?
No, Madam President.
Okay, can I have a motion to recess into closed
So
session?
moved.
All right, do I have a second?
Again.
Roll call.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Fong?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Spanken?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
And Student Trustee Geronimo? Absent.
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. We are now recessing into closed session.